1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Diplomacy is the ultimate test of the human mind. No dice, no cards, no luck, just strategy and the ability to make other people believe in you. To reach the DBN Invitational, you have to be the best, proven across a full season of global competition. 551 players competed, 28 qualified, 7 will advance to the championship. The first chance semifinal of the 6th DBN Invitational begins right now. Welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational 2026 edition. My name is Brian Prevel. I will be your host tonight, and I am joined by 4 people that I have tremendous respect for, luminaries in their own right within the hobby. First of all, we're going to welcome the prodigal son, fellow co-founder of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network with Brandan Fogel and I, Zachary Moore. Welcome back, Zach.
So glad to be here for the biggest show on the board, Brian, with you two, you 3, you 4, fellas.
And next up, we have 2-time face-to-face world champion and 1-time virtual diplomacy champion. One of the players I have the most respect for in the diplomacy hobby, Nicolas. Nicolas, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Very glad to be here, and I hope we'll see very good games.
And of course, no broadcast would be complete without the illustrious David Hood, host of Deadline News and a longtime hobby historian and wonderful human being. David, thank you for joining us tonight.
Brian, I feel like I'm coming down with something. I'm sorry. I know I wanted to do this show, but I feel like I'm kind of sick with February fever. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, cannot wait at all. So this is the semifinals of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational. Zach, you were one of the first people to kind of help get things going, and you and I kind of had a little countdown show that we did for a little while. Why don't you tell us, what is the concept behind the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational?
The Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, or the DBNI, is here to bring together different segments of the global diplomacy hobby. We're bringing people from different continents, corners of the world that find it harder to meet in an in-person event. We're also bringing different formats, people from online, people from face-to-face, people from virtual face-to-face, trying to make as accessible as wide a net for a tournament so we can get the top players in the world together in a room to find out who is actually number one.
Yeah, we tried to create a tournament of tournament winners was one of the main concepts. And tonight we're going to see 28 of those players compete. Let's take a quick look at the format. It has changed over the years, the biggest change being in the 2023 season. It is you start out with the first chance semifinal stage. There's going to be couple of rounds, game 1, game 2, game 3, and game 4. The winner of those games will automatically advance to the championship game. The losers, the bottom 3, will be eliminated, and the remaining 21 will compete in 3 last chance stage semifinal games. Those are actually being played right now as we speak. And the winners of, the round 2 games are being played right now. The last chance are starting right now as we speak. And the winners of those games will compete in the championship game as well. So 7 games in total in the semifinals, moving on to 1 championship game. Winner of the championship will be named the DBN Diplomat of the Year, and will be the winner of the Calamar Cup. We've had 5 winners to date. Peter McNamara, Jason Massbaum, Brandon Fogel, Peter McNamara a second time, and Mikalis Kamaritis. Tonight, we are going to watch 2 of those players attempt to return for their title. It is going to be great to see them on the board, one of which we've got Mikalis Kamaritis defending his title, and Peter McNamara qualified yet again, the only player to qualify 6 times every single DBNI, and he is going for he's going to try for a 3-peat. Nicolas, you've played in the DBNI. Zach, you have as well. This can be a crucible of an event. Nicolas, what's it like as a player to go through with this level of competition and this format?
Yeah, I mean, the games are really tough because it's winner take all. So even if you're doing well, but at the end you have 10 centers and somebody has 11, it's a loss. And you've been working for hours and hours and fighting hard, and then at the end of the game you're really disappointed. Well, in most other formats, if you finish with 10 and somebody's at 11, yeah, it's not what you wanted, but you still feel okay. Well, here I think, yeah, if you don't win the game, you're out. So it can be really tough, and lots of players are not used to this format. So I think it also makes the relationships be different, because players are not used to fight for first place at all costs, and players are not used to deal with allies that they know that they are going to go for the first place at all costs. So it changes completely the dynamic of the games, and I think it's hard because most of us, we have our comfort zone, we know exactly what we want to do in a game, and here the format being different, even experienced player, they feel the stress, they feel the pressure.
Yeah, and we've got a great mix of players this year. I think there are, I'll get the exact numbers, but I think it's around a third of the field is a first-time player, and the rest of the field is returning. So there's a good mix of experience, which as we do this more and more, people with the experience are probably a little more prepared for this endurance aspect of those games, know what to expect a little bit more. But those young players, they're so hungry and they're eager, and many of them have been watching these games for a couple of years now, and it's their chance to get on the big stage. And this mix that we have seen year over year now, it creates a lot of excitement, where the players from the up and comers always challenge the veterans who are getting long in the tooth a little bit, and creates some really exciting games. And a lot of times those rookies, those debutantes into the DBNI are then the cycle just repeats, and the new crowd comes and takes them on. So be watching for that. David, you have been on these broadcasts every single year. This is your 6th DBNI to cover along with me. What is if you could tell one person who's never seen this before, what's the one thing that you would encourage somebody to take away from watching these games?
That the quality of competition in the global hobby is truly global. There was a time in the diplomacy hobby where that was not true. And there was even a time in the diplomacy recent past when, for example, Australia sent very few entrants to something like the DBNI. Peter McNamara winning those things, he was often the only or one of a couple of Australians in the field of 28. This is a different, this is not your father's Oldsmobile, so to speak. There's 13 Australian players in this field. So what I would say to those who haven't seen this for the first time, every year is different because the field is different every year. As you pointed out, you've got these young, and we've got several young players involved in this weekend's games, which is going to make the competition even more exciting. I mean, I have seen Andrew Goff play a lot of diplomacy in the past. I have seen, some of the other people on this, Ed Sullivan, other people on this board, on this tournament a lot. There's some of these players that are here, as you said, on the big stage for the first time. It's just like watching the Olympics with somebody who's, 16 years old, that Japanese figure skater that almost won the whole thing. It is just exciting to see new faces on a big stage, and that's exactly what you're getting ready to see.
And you're underselling the Australian contingent slightly, David, because we had an alternate. We had a player that got sick, and one of our alternates got called up. So now fully half of the field this year is from Australia, 14 out of the 28. And that is such a great thing. That's a testament to the work that hobby has done. But Zach, what happens? Like you had a strong club in Minnesota. Like we've got the Windy City Weasels from Chicago, where I'm at. You get these players that know each other and they play frequently together. What's the impact when you get such a large contingent at a single event like this?
When we had the Minnesota Diplomacy Club, rest in peace, we had a group of, I would say 20 regular players. And if you showed up at a board with the right pairing of players, you would know more than you know at a random game. You would know which two players were going to have conflict at some level. It might not be an all-out war, but they were going to have conflict. And you knew which pair of players spoke each other's language so well that from spring 1901, you had to already be thinking about, what are these two going to team up and do to me? And when you throw in a third, outsiders into that mix with these internal dynamics, it creates a new balancing game where it's like, well, I know what these two do in my confined region, but how do I work with this unknown commodity versus the one that I know and maybe don't like?
Yeah, and a lot of times you'll also find, while it can have an information advantage, there can also be a lot of baggage that comes with that. The more games you play, the more opportunities there are for somebody to kind of upset you, and you're like, man, I competed against over 500 people and end up on a board with this guy again. Like, no way, I'm not gonna let them win. So it can be a mixed blessing in my experience. So well, with that, let's get to our very first game. This year, as always on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, we recognize that we are standing on the shoulders of the giants of the hobby who came before us. And in previous DBNIs, we've tried to really focus in on organizers and leaders within the hobby. This season, we're really focused on trying to highlight players that have been impactful in this hobby, starting with one Chris Martin. Chris Martin is a player from the DC metro area who is a top-ranked American player of all time, according to the World Diplomacy reference website, and he is fourth all-time internationally. In addition to winning World DipCon in 1998 at DixieCon, Chris is also a four-time DipCon winner, and he finished first at another 12 events during his career. Out of the 111 tournaments he's entered, he finished in the top 3 36 times, nearly 1/3 of the time. He also ran the 2018 World DipCon in Washington, D.C., created instructional videos about the game before DBN was founded. He organized a series of face-to-face invitational events for top players well before DBN Invitational was established in 2020. He was also one of the people who helped start this coverage format of the DBN itself, one of the very, very early people figuring out how to do virtual play and how to cover virtual play. His style was heavily negotiation based and was sometimes referred to as the newbie whisperer for his uncanny skill at connecting to and working with the less experienced players on a board. I believe that all of us have had the pleasure to play with Chris Martin. David, you helped with the research for all of these bios. Thank you for that. What's the one thing people should know about Chris Martin?
That your chances of winning diplomacy games are better now that he's basically retired. That's the one thing you should know. Even though you knew I did not realize until I did this research that he is the top ranked American player of all time. But even if you didn't know that, you knew he was a big name. You knew he was a threat. He's won all sorts of things. And yet he would still come back time after time after time and be in the top three. So it's just really good for everybody who's competitive that Chris is no longer playing on a regular basis.
Yeah, absolutely. But also one who was passionate about helping others learn the game, and just from even early in his career writing articles and then doing the video series, the coverage of the 2016 World Diplomacy Champions that he did, like, it was such a great influence on this hobby. So thank you, Chris Martin. So playing on the board named after Chris, we have 7 very talented players in their own right, not the least of which is Andrew Goff. Andrew is a 3-time world champion. He is one of the most decorated players of all time, tied for second as far as the total number of majors won, and tied for the most world championships of all time. And this is his DBNI debut. Andrew has never played a DBNI before, and I'm extremely curious to see how he does in this format. Number 2 seed on this board is our number 5, Zoe Cameron from Australia, one of our DBN commentators. Tianyu Soon, Andrew Wu. Andrew Wu won the DipCon in 2025. Zoe Cameron won the Australian Championship, their DipCon. Wes Ketchum, recently moving back from Switzerland to Chicago, is playing back in Chicago. We're happy and rooting for him. Our weasels are. Peter McNamara is a 2-time winner of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational, and Jonnie Gillam. Jonnie has played in 4 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitationals, I believe, or no, 5. Yeah, played in 4. This is their 5th, and playing from New York. Nicolas, I know you've played with Andrew a lot. You've played with Peter a lot. Anything you want to tell us about this board and some of the dynamics that you're looking for?
Yeah.
Oh, looks like lost Nicolas. Zach, I'm going to throw it to you then.
Can I tell you about some dynamics I'm looking for?
Please do.
I am fascinated to see the relationship between Andrew Goff and Jonnie Gillam if they get together on a board. Andrew Goff has a way of acting in a way that is unusual, unorthodox, borderline unethical, just to kind of make people feel like they're on his side, like he's trustworthy, and to throw people out of their expectations. Jonnie Gillam is a Sharky player that can do that, but can also punish that because he has a way of bringing people in and selling them on a vision in a way that I think can really pose a challenge to somebody like Goff, who relies on people seeing the board his way.
If I could update a little bit on the information here on the screen. So Zoe Cameron is also a Melbourne player. So in addition to Andrew and Peter, literally from the same local hobby, Tianyu, I believe, is from the Canberra club, the Mandarins. So he plays in Canberra. And Andrew Wu is a New York City Diplo rat, just like Jonnie Gillam. In fact, Andrew was 1 and Jonnie was 2 in finish at the DibCon in Chicago. These are connections between these players that may or may not matter, but it's hard to imagine that the history, for example, of Peter and Andrew playing with each other over the decades is not going to affect this game somehow.
Well, we will find out how it's going to affect things right now. Let's transition over to our first game. And I'll tell you what, Zach, I'm going to give you the first break. And we'll have Nicolas and David cover this one. David, I'll have you be the lead for this game, and let's begin. The 2026 DBN Invitational is underway.
All right. All right. My eye is immediately drawn to a couple of things in the Upper Balkans. So Vienna de Trieste used to be a much more common opening. It is now not at all. It's pretty unique to see that. We've got the Bounce at Piedmont, which isn't all that usual in today's hobby. So that's interesting. Burgundy being left open. We've got the Russians doing that move to Livonia. Andrew, I've seen Andrew Goff do this move before, haven't you, Brian? This is not.
I have.
This is not a new move for him, even though some people might think it's a little bit unorthodox. Otherwise, I would say these moves are fairly standard. If there's any such thing as a standard game with this cast of characters.
And you know what? We've got a Paris method, and I forgot to show that. So let's take a look at that before. That might give us some insight into especially this bounce in Piedmont that I'm interested in.
All right, welcome everyone to Board 1 Power Selection of the DBN Invitational, the event of the year. And welcome to our players, Andrew, Zoe, Tianyu, Andrew Wu, Wes, Peter, and Jonnie. All right. Without further ado, Jonnie, would you like to kick us off, and would you like to be 7th or 7th?
I would be thrilled to play, Emmett.
Love it. Peter.
As much as I hate giving Jonnie the tiebreaker, I will pick ahead of Jonnie.
All right, 6th for Peter. Wes.
I'll pick after Jonnie.
Ooh.
A choice.
A choice.
Andrew Wu. No rush. You do have, I think it's like the established 5 to 7 minutes Tatanchi time.
That's right.
Oh, that's nice.
This is actually Kuiper time.
Kuiper time, sorry. Is Tatanchi time during power selection?
That's when you're selecting the power. Yeah.
Right.
I'll stay 4th.
All right. Tianyu.
Uh-oh, we can't hear you.
Okay. If you want, you could just type into the chat. 3rd? Okay. Tianyu's saying 3rd.
That'll work.
Get your pen and paper ready for the power selection.
I expect excellent charades. Zoe, what will it be?
I will pick first.
Andrew?
I'll pick after Peter, thank you.
Of course you will. Of course you will.
Yeah. Would have put money on that one.
All right. Zoe, you've got your first.
Nope.
What power?
Hello.
I am not going to muck around. I will pick France, please. Emmett.
All right, France for Zoe.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Yes, cool.
You can still do charades if you'd like.
Me.
But...
No, I'm picking England here.
All right. England for Tianyu. Andrew Wu.
I'll pick Italy.
All right. Peter.
I hate you all.
But we love you, Peter.
If you're going to go to Taiwan, you just left.
I'll take Austria.
Austria for Peter.
Okay.
All right. Andrew Goff.
Do you want it?
I'll pick Russia.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. I had prepared neither for a choice nor once I knew that I had a choice for this choice. Boy. Okay. Oh. Hmm. The sick thing is, I actually kind of like both of these options.
Makes it more difficult, doesn't it?
I will play Turkey.
Oh.
Turkey for
take
Jonnie
Germany.
and then West. There you go.
GG's, Wes. Congratulations.
Good luck to everyone. If you'd like to take a moment to wish each other good luck or bad luck or whatever you'd like, then happy Sabbath.
Good luck,
Break a
everyone.
leg.
Good luck, everyone.
Thanks. Good luck, everyone.
Yes.
How do I leave?
So for the Paris method, always really entertaining. But before we get into our analysis there, I'm going to bring Nicolas back. Before we get into our analysis, first I want to thank Emmett and Sabi. Emmett was and Sabi are our GMs, our game managers for this event. Really, really important role and something that often goes behind the scenes. So I wanted to make sure I give them appreciation while I was thinking about that. But on to the Paris method. So the Paris method, for those who may not be familiar, is a power selection method, as you just saw. The basic premise is that you first bid in seed order on the order that you're going to pick your power, and then everyone picks in whichever power they want to play. But I think the important thing that people often overlook, and it's extremely important in a format like the DBNI that's winner take all, is that the lower you pick, the you win ties. That's the tiebreaker. So if I think Wes Ketchum picked last, so Wes will need, if everyone else will need more centers than Wes in order to win this game. So that can become really, important. And so typically there's a couple of strategies that are used. David, when you've seen the Paris method selected, what are the main choices people are kind of working through?
Well, I think one of the main choices has to do with with the picking order and getting that tiebreaker. There are people that believe, and I think that's probably what Wes was doing, dropping down there was making sure that he got or at least he thought he was going to, and he was successful in getting the tiebreaker against everybody. I think for a lot of experienced players as well, there is the issue of wanting to pick later in the turn order so they can see who has already picked their positions. So that instead of just picking your power, you have fewer choices for what power you're going to pick, maybe for picking later, but at least you have more information about who you might be next to or not next to on the board. Some people don't care about all that. They want a particular country and they don't mind picking early so that they can get a country they want. So there's a lot of different things going on. People play the Paris method differently, depending on who they are, what their experiences have been in past Paris methods. So it is fascinating how different people do things.
Looks like, there we go. Hey, Nicolas, welcome back. Nicolas, I'm not sure how much you were able to see of that Paris method. Was there anything that surprised you? All right, I think we may be having some technical difficulties. All right, sorry about that, Nicolas. You know what? I'm going to bring Zach Moore in. We'll give Nicolas some time to work on some tech, and we'll try for the next game. Zach, were you able to catch that?
I caught that. I saw that. The the agony over Peter's decision was obviously a highlight. And I thought the thing that surprised me was Goff's decision, where Goff knew that by picking Russia, he was going to be in a theater with Peter, with Jonnie. Goff was in that spot where you know who's going to be with you, and you get to choose who you want to be with. And he chose his theater. He could have picked Germany, no, the other side, picked Russia for this side. So I'm curious to see how that plays out. Curious to see if we find out a rationale for why he chose that group of partners.
And, you know, in his case, he just might have preferred to play Russia as opposed to Germany and Turkey. It's hard to know for sure. The fewer choices you have, the more it matters which countries you like to play.
Well, I was not surprised at the power selections. I know there were a couple of people that I don't know if it was theater or if they were genuinely surprised, but Peter McNamara has had a ton of success in Austria. So that did not shock me at all. And then Jonnie Gillam's success in Turkey.
Yeah.
Jonnie has almost double the average centers when playing Turkey as compared to the rest of the field, to the average player. So Jonnie is by far the strongest player on the board with Turkey. The rest of the board should have known that. And they're either going to have to respond to that early. We may see an error if they do know it and they're worried about it. Or maybe they didn't know and they just made a mistake. But that is the one power that Jonnie is got an outsized performance compared to the rest of them. Although, to be fair, Germany is number 2. And Germany was strong. So in either case, it was a pick your poison for Jonnie. And then Wes choosing to drop so low and then being able to pick up Germany. How do you feel about that, David?
I think he's probably thrilled. And I also think just from the play style mix, he probably thinks that a West with him, Zoe, and Tianyu is a West that he might be able to get some traction in, just from a different play style point of view. I think he probably thinks that's a more conducive spot than Turkey would have been for him, just personalities based.
All right. Well, with all of that context now, any predictions that we want to go through for this game? And I'll ask the same for chat. For those of you in Dip Chat, thank you for joining. And give the stream a thumbs up if you're enjoying the broadcast so far. Say thanks to all the people who put in the hard work to put this thing together. Yeah, put in your predictions, and Zach, I'll go to you.
I think the West resolves first here. I don't know a whole lot of Zoe and Tianyu's play style, but I think the West already has an advantage in resolving first. And when you have these older players with the baggage, with the bad blood in the East, and it's just hard to resolve that theater quickly. So it's going to be about how they can react to a rapidly unfolding West, I think.
David?
Well, then I'll talk about the East for a minute, because we already see that Galicia has been left open. I would not expect early fireworks between Andrew Goff and Peter McNamara. I'm not saying they're not going to fight, but I would have been surprised to see early fireworks. I think they're both a little more cautious than that in the opening stages. If I were Andrew Wu, I would be a little bit concerned. I think that Peter and Jonnie probably work well together, and I think that Johnny's probably pitching, going after the Italians. We'll find out. But if I were Andrew Wu, I'd be a little bit concerned.
All right. Well, we'll take that into fall of 1901. David?
And we've got the Italians going to Trieste, probably arranged given the move to Vienna. There's no other reason to move to Vienna except to give that to the Italians. And this is probably the normal AI deal, except, wait a minute, Ionian to Greece, was that supposed to be Ionian to Aegean? I'm not sure. So we'll see how that goes. That's a strange situation. And again, I'm a little concerned about Andrew Wu, in relation to what's happening on the board. The fact that nobody went to the Black Sea in the East is also relevant. That is usually the mark of there being, some good negotiations between Russia and Turkey. The thing to Armenia is either a feint to make people not worry about the RT, or it is just Jonnie trying to keep Andrew a little bit honest. In the West, the thing that of course has to stand out usually in the West is who's getting Belgium, and in this case, it's that English army convoy. Is it going there to die? We shall see.
Nobody in the West had to make a difficult decision that turn. Everybody in the East had to make a difficult decision that turn. I don't know what that means, but it means I'm scared.
And I'll say I like the move to Armenia. If you're going to take the risk of not moving to black, that's to me just hey, it's not going to hurt anything if everybody follows their word and gives you a little bit of insurance. If not, so taking a risk, but not.
We should say one more thing, Brian, just for people that are watching this game that maybe are not real experienced. The only two sets of players that you will see in diplomacy who order fall 1901 Livonia to Moscow are either A, people who are just learning the game and haven't quite figured out exactly how to play, and B, Andrew Goff. Those are the only two categories of people who would do something like that. This is his usual mind powers, mind psyching, whatever he's doing. It's obviously a suboptimal move for anybody that plays tempo, for anybody that is trying to work, towards getting to the line. And yet I'm sure that Andrew will be able to pull this off.
Well, on that topic then, since Moscow's covered, and that's statistically the most common place for Russia to move, what is Andrew putting down with those two builds?
Zach, do you want to talk about waving first? You want me to talk about waving first?
Please, David, all you.
I suspect that Goffey will wave one. That's what I suspect. I do not think that we're going to see two builds. With Andrew Goff, he might even wave two builds. I mean, there's just no telling with this guy. I suspect he's going to build in St. Pete and build an army and wave the other one, but it is also possible that he's going to build in Warsaw. I just think St. Pete is more likely.
All right. Any predictions from you, Zach, on what we're going to see for the other powers?
No, I mean, not a prediction so much as just watch the West. And when you're looking at the builds in the West, just count the fleets. And that's going to tell you how 01 is going to go. 1, 2, 3. So it means that no one's made a decision yet, but France and England, and really France, is about to make one.
Goffey did not wave. That's surprising. That he is somebody that I would have expected to wave in that situation. So that's generally surprising.
But building the army, so not overcommitting. So still in line with the give myself flexibility to react to the rest of the board and let somebody else make someone else upset and then take advantage of it. That's kind of a typical thing that I've seen from Andrew, and he does it very well. In the West, we've got Zoe Cameron putting down Fleet Breast. Typically, that's seen as anti-English. Is that what we see here, Zach?
It doesn't have to be. If I'm England, I maybe like to get a heads up, and I built Fleet London. So that's the only thing that makes me think maybe this was a surprise. I think there's a lot of times where you see that conversation. Look, I had to promise Italy I won't build in the South. We're still good. So it's not damning, but it's not the best thing if you're England.
I will be watching to see if this Belgium army does go there to die this turn. It's a good setup for that, should they choose to do that. So we'll find out in 1902, Zach.
It goes west and France shifts south, and this is partly why you do that if you're France, because you want the Italian units flowing east when you shift west. We're going to see France kind of take just a strong position. Germany's Kiel goes to Helgoland, which puts them up against England, presumably. Bounce in Baltic rounds out the west, and you see the stab, presumably, from Peter McNamara into Trieste. Was that arranged to go to Serbia? I don't see why it would be, especially since Ionian is in Greece as well. So that maybe tells you all you need to know about whether Greece was arranged. In 1901, Jonnie sits pat and destroys a different alliance, and Goff makes a move. Not going to sit neutral here. He wants to get in on this chaos into Galicia, into Ukraine. That is a direction if I've seen one.
Once he built the second army, I thought that might be what's going on here. I didn't expect it. As you know, I said I didn't think there's going to be early fireworks between these two. There's usually not. So this is all genuinely surprising. But of course, Goff, he surprised me for years. But that when he built that second army, it had to mean this, that he was going to be, covering the north with the St. Pete army and piling on Austria. I mean, if anybody can get out of this, it's McNamara, but it's not looking great.
Yeah. Andrew Goff is face-to-face legend, three-time World DipCon face-to-face champion, tied for the most of all times, won 5 majors, and is third place in the World Diplomacy Reference World Performance Evaluation all time. And shout out to Matt Pinkard for the art there, Lady Razor. These are from the diplomacy trading cards. And we are going to be adding a link in the show notes because there is an announcement that we will be having a new edition of those trading cards. And this year, based off the success, there's going to be an opportunity to for basically anybody that has played a DBN event that is interested in getting a card. All you have to do is fill out a form. We'll put in the chat, put in a headshot, and you'll get your likeage on a trading card. It's a lot of fun. So with that, let's see fall of 1902.
Fall 1902 starts with a little bit of indecision from France, and it looks like really indecision from the West. I mean, Denmark back to Baltic, maybe thought it was going to bounce. You see the double into Burgundy, but that seems like it could have been arranged. Really a whole lot of nothing in the West, and then an interesting rotation from Russia and Turkey in the East, possibly clearing Sev. Was that agreed? I don't see why it wouldn't be. Peter defends really as well as Peter can defend, but it's not looking good. Tunis is picked up, and Italy will build. Italy going to build 2, and nobody else is going to build anything in the East, as I see it.
Italy's up 3 because they took Tunis also. I mean, I could not have been more wrong about Andrew Wu coming out of this gate here at +3. I mean, I was expecting. Well, of course, I was expecting Goff to stay away from McNamara. That did not happen, and look who got the benefit. One Andrew Wu. So kudos to Mr. Wu.
Andrew Wu is known as Coke Animal on in Extended Deadline. That's the handle or the alias that they tend to play with. Very, very good player. Had the opportunity to watch him play at DipCon this year. Really, really impressed. That was a loaded field of players, and he just kind of came from behind. He was a little bit unknown to people, and just consistently managed to find a way to win. I think the thing that most impressed me about Andrew Wu is at that event, he won both the Icarus and Lazarus award. Icarus meaning flying too close to the sun, meaning you got really big and then lost it all. And then Lazarus meaning like the smallest amount into what ended up being the event winning board top. So Andrew Wu definitely knows how to play. The question is, in top board format, a +3 Italy, this is going to scare the board. How will the rest of the board react? We'll see a little bit of that when we see these adjustments. And
well, with Goffy going into Armenia with the fleet, what that meant was that Jonnie was not going to react to the +3 Italy. What was going to react to, what are you doing in my Armenia by building that army? So there is no fleet pressure coming against Andrew Wu from the east here.
Yeah. And so where will Andrew Wu take those units is what I'm going to have my eye on as we go into 03. Zach.
Well, in the spring of 1903, we have the PIF of Armenia, which certainly seems arranged, so at least deferring a decision there and potentially setting up a triple in the east. And in fact, every move in the east signals triple. Quick destruction of McNamara, no aggression between any of the parties, and the Italian fleets fly west. And you can tell France was thinking the same thing because they're flying east. And now in the west, it's what everyone wanted to see. Another triple. We're going triple on triple. Happy spring 1903. To all of our viewers. We're going to have a few turns of this, and I'll see you in spring 1906, maybe.
Okay, I could understand the Western triple sort of with the Russia and Italy getting out of the gate fast. An IRT in this situation is not really a triple. Jonnie doesn't have anything to do. That's not really a triple alliance. I agree with you that is an arranged kill of Armenia, but the reason I didn't expect that is that I don't know if that could be a thing. That's almost got to be an RT that's eventually going to turn on Italy. If that's if it's anything.
What?
I know.
Yeah.
Three armies makes you not much of a alliance partner for the Russians. It's an odd situation in the East, honestly. It's an odd situation.
Well, here we have the fall of 1903, and the Western Triple is doing what the Western Triple does, which is taking Sweden and St. Petersburg. Italy is going to grab the last bit of easy ground that they'll find, which is flowing the fleet into Lyon and a whole lot of arranged bounces elsewhere. Can he move, I think, from West Ketchum here? He's a veteran, to take Silesia. You want to drip an army onto the other side of the board when it's going to be locked up like this. They also agree wisely, I think, for Germany to get Belgium here. If you're going to do a triple, Germany, it's widely agreed, should have 6 centers and all of the lowlands. That is, they're taking the most risk. They need the most ability to protect themselves. So really tactically sound all across the way. I'm curious, David, which side you think is going to break first, because one of them has to.
Well, I wonder what Marseille to Burgundy with support of Gascony actually means. If you're a Western triple, that's not really what you do. You bounce Piedmont, unless you think you're going to be building in Marseille. But what was France thinking they were going to? They weren't assuming they were going to build anything. So that to me is an interesting move. I'm not sure how consistent that is with what we otherwise thought was going on here.
I think they're getting a rebuild.
France are getting a rebuild?
I only see 4 French units.
Oh yeah, you're right. They must have popped an army earlier. Well, I missed that. I'm sorry. Well, that makes sense then. I'm sorry. Then you would be to build the fleet in Marseille. That makes perfect sense.
All right. Well, it looks like we're going to say farewell to Peter McNamara. Peter, our DBNI GOAT, 2-time DBNI champion, 5-time DBNI appearances. This will be his 6th, the only player to have played in every single DBN Invitational. First place in the World Diplomacy Reference World Performance Evaluation over the past 7 years. First place internationally of all players. So extremely talented. And I think the rest of the board recognized that and said, nope, can't have that on this board. So Peter, we should see in our last chance round. And when he won in 2024, it was from that last chance round. So don't count him out. He's a very resilient player, but that is quick and efficient. By I don't think I've ever seen Peter eliminated that quickly. Winner of 1903.
Oh my goodness! All right. So well, that's this. This is two armies and the fleet from France. This really is, as you were saying, Zach. This is fighting over the stalemate line, at least until somebody decides that's not any fun anymore. With Jonnie doing nothing. Which is what happens in this situation with Italy. I mean, with Turkey doing nothing.
David?
Well, we still don't know what that means. I mean, I assume it means an attack on Goffi, but one would hope that he's had negotiations and is not just enabling the triple to get over the line. Now, North Sea to Belgium, I'm not sure exactly what to make of that. In the spring turn, I mean, I guess we'll find out. There's no reason to think that that's some kind of weird stab, because obviously it could be kicked out. So that's got to be some kind of arranged deal. In the Mediterranean battles, or anything interesting happening? Well, the fact that the fleet in Greece is not an Ionian and is still kicking around, worrying about Serbia, worrying about something else, is not good for Wu. He needs to get that fleet into the Ionian if he wants to really beat France in a fleet battle. You don't want to do it with a hand tied behind your back.
Yeah, if this is a stab, I think a really relevant question is, did Wu know it was coming? That could explain the fleet staying. But if you're Jonnie and Wu knew it was staying, then you definitely don't want the fleet to be staying. So a lot of mysteries to be solved in fall.
Yeah, I'm still puzzled by the East. I'm not puzzled by the West, but I am puzzled by some of the decisions or moves in the East.
Oh, got a lot of really good chatter going on in Dip Chat right now. Thank you all for participating. It's one of my favorite parts of every single broadcast that we do. Chris Kelly saying, hey, are the Diplo-Rats, the New Yorkers, forming an IT here? I think that is the $1 million question as we go into fall of 04.
This is, it was not a stab. It was just the Turkish armies trying to get up to the line. That's what I said earlier. I wasn't sure that it was a stab because you could still do this. Now, it still puts Jonnie in good position to, if the Western Triple falls apart, then then Jonnie can do something else about it. Western Med to Mid-Atlantic is actually the move that jumps out at me. So Zoe must be concerned, or it looks like Zoe might be concerned, unless Zoe was just covering Mid-Atlantic so that North Africa didn't leak in, which is a possibility. That's what's going on. Maybe that's what the English fleet is supposed to be doing. So so France is the one taking Belgium, not England. Maybe all of this is a series of negotiations and they're responding to the board situation as a triple regarding who should own Belgium when. But I find it all pretty fascinating.
Looks like one of those classic whoopsies from Zoe. I was covering Mao, and I thought there was a bounce in Bell, and wouldn't you know it, I have a build in position. That's, ouch.
Well, but there's also an English fleet in the English Channel. So I can see a lot of reasons for Zoe doing what Zoe is doing here.
Is West going down one?
Well, West did not gain anything. Apparently, I can't count, so I'm not going to tell you whether Germany has lost a unit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, I think they're down one. Yeah.
So if it's really a triple, I have a really hard time taking the unit from the power that's on the line. That just doesn't seem great. But maybe they thought it was an IT, and they're like, okay, we can afford it.
Sometimes you could do this if Germany's just going to disband one of their fleets because Russia's already been defeated, but the Russian fleet's still on the board. So that really is a puzzling thing.
Yeah. So if it's Wes is making the choice to give that center up, making the choice to give it to Zoe, the only world in which I agree to do that is if I'm turning on England.
Which would make Jonnie Gillam very, very happy. Because Johnny's in great position to take advantage of anything that breaks up that Western triple. And who knew that Turkey could benefit from a Western triple and from a Western triple breaking up later in the game?
Well, let's see. We've got the fleet build in Brest. Is it a shift? Is the triple gone the way of the Beatles? Breaking up right now. Spring of 05. Zachary Moore.
The triple, much like the Beatles, never die. All you need is love, and there's plenty of it in the West. We have a full shift back east, and then Italy seemed to be ready for it because the fleets went west as well. So it's just more maneuvering around the line. It looks like a miscommunication with the German fleets and Army St. Petersburg. I think they did genuinely want to pop Livonia, maybe negotiating too late in the turn. I don't see why. Well, now I see Sweden. Now I see Sweden.
Stab. Zach, it's a stab. North Sea, Sweden, it's a stab. And Tianyu Sun has had it with this triple business. He is interested in maybe even a single instead of a triple because he's in English Channel and Norway and North Sea.
Wow, you're right. I totally missed it. That's a stab. That's a stab. And a bold time to stab Germany with two French fleets adjacent to the channel, but they must be having they must be way more on the same page than it has appeared. And kudos to them for that. That is devastating to West Ketchum. That is potentially game ending for West Ketchum.
Just goes to show that what we already talked about, the risk of Germany being in a Western triple and then losing Belgium like that and not turning back around and realizing, wait a minute, something's wrong here.
Right.
Oh, West taking 2 of his units to move that army from Finland into Livonia. That's wasted effort there as well. Definitely seems like that was not an expected outcome.
Fall of 1905. Its positioning here, I'm a little surprised there was no take of Holland, but I think England and France just deciding they've got a dot. They want to squeeze down on the position rather than just get as many builds as quickly as they can. So that's reasonable. And you see the East reacting still pretty appropriately. Now that the West is consolidating, it's not necessarily time for the East to start jumping down each other's throats. So they're just going to take the line, take what they can. And Jonnie Gillam sitting back there with units, and they may not be surrounding Russia right this moment, but that can change very, very quickly.
And Goffy knows that. I mean, Goffy knows that, but what can Goffy do about it? You said, Brian, Jonnie Gillam's success with Turkey. A lot of turkeys in these DBNI games are really worried about getting aired to death and getting stuck in the corner and getting put in the box with the lid on it and never get out. Jonnie Gillam's in freaking Munich in 1905. So, and maybe more importantly, if you listen to some people, Silesia. Interesting, very interesting situation. I actually think the French not taking Holland is more about Zoe being concerned that there's 2 English fleets that could have attacked Holland. I think that's what Burgundy supporting Belgium is about, which means that this is not a rock solid EF versus G situation. At least doesn't look to me like it is. That's what I said. Tianyu is almost acting like he wants a single, not just a triple or a double. He wants a single.
Well, it is a top board, so they're playing that way. But it's interesting you say that, David, because when I was looking through some of the statistics prepping for this broadcast, Tianyu has, out of all the players in this field or on this board, the lowest collaboration, so the lowest amount of support with other players. And Tianyu's had tremendous success this year, but it does not seem like a lot of that success, at least just statistically, has not come from interacting and supporting with other people. It's been more of something they've accomplished independently, kind of a lone wolf sort of situation. And that does kind of talk about how the board reads. And similarly, we see Jonnie Gillam playing to type. Jonnie is probably the first or second most willing to just completely vacate their units away from their home centers of anyone else in this board. And here we've got him like, this is great. This is awesome, but it's also going to leave Jonnie very vulnerable if Andrew or Andrew decide that they want to move in. They're going to have to maintain that tempo in order. It's a big risk, big reward kind of situation, because if they don't keep that tempo going, they don't have a lot back home to defend, and that's very on brand for Jonnie Gillam on how they have had success and found success. So really interesting to see both of those playing out on this turn specifically.
Tell you what, France just has nothing they can do here. They're facing 5 Italian units coming at them. And, you know, if Andrew wanted to turn around on Jonnie, I mean, what? With what? I mean, you could go to Serbia, an Ionian, but I mean, presumably Johnny's building. He's going to have somebody in Khan. He can cover, or I'm sorry, Jonnie can cover Bulgaria.
So we've got winner of 1905. We're going to go ahead and pause here and do a quick who do you like. David, I'm going to start with you. You get 1 power that you can step in. You're going to take over and win the game. Who do you think gives you the best shot at that?
I believe that it is England. I believe that England would have the best shot of taking over, winning the game. I would not want to take over Johnny's position to try to win the game, because I'm not sure that I'm the player that can take this position to win, but Jonnie may very well be. You know what I mean? If it was me playing the position, I'd rather play England. My guess is that Jonnie thinks that Jonnie is in a really good position, and Jonnie might be right.
Zach, what about you?
I like Andrew Wu here in Italy. It's not a simple position. It's not one that I think I could or would execute correctly, but from what I've seen of Andrew Wu, I think he will. There's just no one who really has a direct path to him, and he's got options. He's got 2 Russian centers there. He can prosecute the attack on fronts. He can prosecute the attack. You know, even swing against Jonnie, that's probably not option 1. And no matter where he goes, who's going to chase? France can't follow him into the med if he turns around. Johnny's in no position to make him pay for battling out in the med. There's just not an option with a clear downside, and I really like that for an Italian player.
All right. Well, we'll ask everybody else, put your answers in chat, and we'll go to winner of 05. And I think it is David's turn.
I think Jonnie is trying to say, I am Andrew Goff. You know, the Spartacus thing. I'm Spartacus. That's not Andrew Goff. I'm Andrew Goff. I'm going to move all my units to Smyrna. That's actually fascinating. Munich to Burgundy. I was expecting that to be necessary for the Italians to take Marseille, but that is not what happens because Zoe was using Burgundy otherwise. But the Italians do take Marseille. It was actually forcible in this direction, even if because Munich was hitting Burgundy. Maybe Zoe knew that and therefore was trying to do something else with that unit. England coming in on Denmark, England coming in on Holland. As I said, England certainly was in a good position to do something. Now, is he leaving St. Pete voluntarily because Andrew, for example, supported him to Sweden and is now defending him in Sweden? I think the answer to that is yes. But it's hard to know what that means going forward, because what else is Goffy supposed to do? Goffy can't really hurt Germany from this position. He's got armies in Livonia, St. Pete, and Prussia. I don't know. Not sure that Tianyu is seeing that in the long term. That's a short-term thing, and perhaps he may have wished that he didn't voluntarily vacate St. Pete. But at any rate, he's making significant progress in Germany. And the East, on the other hand, besides Marseille, is also in North Africa. So really good situation for Andrew Wu. That was Zachary's pick. Take Spain also.
Mm.
I can't remember if this is my turn or not, but taking Spain also. Jonnie, what happened to your unit in Munich though? What's going on there? Supported the attack on his own unit. I guess that was a defensive support just to make sure nobody did anything screwy. But the Russians taking Munich here, I guess they're getting 7. That's a switch. But I guess maybe going to rebuild that army. That's a problem with losing an army that far away from home. Now you got to rebuild it way back there.
I wouldn't mind rebuilding it way back there if I'm John.
Well, I know that. I agree with you, but I'm not sure that's what either Andrew really wants, is for the Turks to have to rebuild a unit back there behind the lines. Unless they're sure that new unit's going after the other Andrew.
It is a necessary rebuild for Jonnie because Andrew Wu's picking up 2. Like I would be. One of the things that I've tried to improve in my own game is being better about advocating for my own needs within an alliance. And I think that's what we saw from Jonnie here. Jonnie saying, nope, I've got to have something. Y'all are growing. It's too vulnerable and they don't love it, but it's better for them. It's better for all of them if they're able to keep pushing forward. They've got that momentum. And if that's what's going to help Jonnie keep that going, I think that's better for
Look
everybody.
at Goffy has flipped on Tianyu.
Oh yeah, West getting into Sweden. That is very significant.
Now, let me say this. This is actually a tactical mistake Tianyu has made. There's very little reason not to just do Norway to Finland. Because there's no supported attack on Norway. And it wasn't very likely that the Baltic was going to support the Russian to Sweden. So Norway to Finland would likely have solved this problem for him. But of course, he wasn't expecting it. So it's easy to say that after the fact. Still builds 2, but nevertheless.
Winnova 6, we've got Jonnie putting down the army, which is what I would expect if they're trying to keep this going. Good for defense, but going to be slow and obvious if they try and send it anywhere. And then we've got the army and fleet from Andrew. And then Tiano putting down Fleet Eddie and Army London. Wes has to disband Berlin, keeps the center, but disbands the unit and puts down the fleet in Sweden. Zachary Moore in 1907.
Into the spring of 1907, no one's going to do the game-breaking move yet. Jonnie, good ally, is going to pull back to Armenia just to put the hands up where they can see him. Galicia into Bohemia. Everyone's rushing to the line. You can see that Wes is clearly an agent of the East at this point. And that is really going to tip the scales here. Having that German army in Ruhr and fleet in Sweden is going to get the East over the line. The convoy into Picardy probably needed to happen, whether or not England is still on side with France, but it's definitely going to give Tianyu some options when they decide France is expendable. I think Italy pretty sharply reorients the fleets here, trying to just get a chokehold over MAO for when the time comes, but nothing game-breaking, just getting the units where they need to be.
Can Jonnie and Andrew Goff really let Andrew Wu get this kind of position? It's kind of playing with fire.
And that is, I think, a reasonable solution here, is going to Wu and saying, Jonnie is getting Greece. Jonnie has to have Greece. Jonnie can't take dots off the front line. You're taking dots off the front line. Thank you, but we need a little bit of repayment on the back. And Wu clearly went along with it. Hold Albania, hold Turinians to the east. Getting along great and getting the army in Marseille. Again, huge tactically. It's not exciting this turn, but the West is breaking in a way that won't be easy to repair at this point. Goff keeps Norway. And the fact that Burgundy tried to go and save Marseille means Pick is stuck in Pick. You know, you'd almost at this point rather have them in Gascony and Burgundy. And Roar getting into Kiel here. It's just a thorn in their side. The West is deflating, and the East holds all the power.
I believe that England is supporting Germany into Kiel as a defensive move to make sure the Russians don't take it.
Oh,
because they're supporting it from Baltic, right?
You're right.
So I think they've tried to, EG has tried to make up here a little bit. I mean, Wes is just trying to survive, so he's probably just pitching all sorts of things to everybody and seeing if any of it hits.
They also cleared Berlin for a build somehow. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. It's a bounce.
Doing that, but Wes is building.
That's amazing. I love that. Certainly not something I would have called last year. That I would have expected that. Really good to see the tap dancing there. All right, winner of 1907. We'll do a quick reset. We've got a tie for our board top right now between the Andrews. Andrew Goff in Russia at 8 centers. Andrew Wu is 8 centers in Italy. Then we've got the next batch of people that are in contention. We've got a ascending Jonnie Gillam in Turkey and a descending Tianyu in England. Can Tianyu stop the bleeding and kind of right the ship or not? That's kind of the big question for me in the West. And then Zoe and Wes are just kind of hanging on for their lives right now. But there's still a lot of game to be played. In most games that we cover here on DBN, 1910 is the average that these games end. In the DBNI qualifying or the semifinals, we're going to 1913. So there is still quite a bit of game to be played here. And I did want to call out one thing about Andrew Wu. So Andrew won DipCon. When we were covering that broadcast, Zoe said for Andrew, finding a friend and sticking with them really paid off. He won by finding a partner and sticking with them. And then he said his AT was one of the best he's ever run, and he seems to do well when he finds an alliance and kind of sticks with them. So I was impressed this turn with the willingness to give up Greece in favor of the alliance. I'm curious to see how that pays off, because there is a point where you have to be selfish to win this game. And maybe that was it. But in a game that goes to 1913, I agree with that decision. David, how do you feel about that for Andrew? Was that his moment and it's gone now, or do you think that's the right call in this situation?
Probably the right call, because he couldn't afford for Jonnie to get antsy and decide to do something, else. Now, it would have taken Jonnie a while to get in a position to do anything, but still, I think that was probably a bold move. I think the most interesting thing here in the winter is, does Goffy build Fleet North Coast St. Pete? Mm-hmm. Because if that's what happens, there we go. Mm-hmm. That's really what Goffy needs in order to have any kind of offensive options here, because otherwise it's just a bunch of armies trying to thread through a very tight needle. That fleet gives him some flexibility.
And David, who else that's good for is Jonnie Gillam.
Indeed.
David, 1908.
All right. Now, what does Goffy do with that Barents? Because Norway doesn't think it can move. It's supporting Finland and Sweden. Sweden's moving down. All right. Let's look at Mid-Atlantic is being held there. There's not really any way to get past that, but Marseille was trying to bounce. Was trying to do something in Burgundy. England has successfully bounced that. So a lot of bouncing here for the most part at the line. and Jonnie continues just to sort of play around with Johnny's units. Yeah, I think the most important thing that's happening here is Finland to Sweden, don't y'all? And now the Germans take Denmark, because that's what one does in this situation, is go and attack Denmark with the Russians' help. Burgundy is now forced from the Western powers. I mean, it is true that Wu has been sort of stymied at Mid-Atlantic. They had the fleets there to stop Andrew. So who is actually making progress here? It is, in fact, Andrew Goff.
And this is how you use a Janissary. This is a masterclass in using, rehabilitating, and deploying a Janissary. And West Ketchum, who looked like he was going to go the way of Peter McNamara just a year ago, and now is consistently on three, consistently on three centers, pieces where Andrew Goff in particular wants and needs them. And that could be the difference for someone like Goff between getting eaten by the East and having forward potential that allows him to come out on top of this triple monstrosity that has arisen.
I don't like Wes's chances of surviving here, though. You got armies in Kiel and Denmark. That's not gonna.
Maybe you get convoyed to Eddie here. How mad is Tianyu?
I've seen stranger things in games involving some of these same players.
Wes has got a path if Jonnie decides it's time to move in on Andrew. I don't think he's completely out, but I wouldn't bet anything. I wouldn't bet a lot on it, but I don't think he's completely out. Andrew Wu kind of stuck here a little bit. We've got Burgundy sitting there. Now he's going to have to play a lot more defensive. Does he have anywhere to go? Is he going to get frustrated? Feels like the West may, like, if depending on, I feel like the pivot point is West Ketchum. How is he going to stop England, or is he going to help Russia advance? I think that could be a big difference in what happens the rest of this game. And
I think Tianyu's Tianyu's removal here is interesting. It's probably going to be Irish, but I could see him getting frustrated and trying to throw in some other direction.
What do you predict, Zach?
I think overall I agree with David. If you're still trying to win this game and believe that you're going to win this game, it has to be Irish. You just have to be locked in with French. And I don't know how Tianyu plays, but I think people in this tournament tend to fight to the bitter end. Well, there goes Ruhr.
I'm not sure what that means, but it's probably not good for Tianyu. That was a pretty useful unit to help try to hold hold Holland, maybe snag Belgium, maybe snag Munich, maybe go after Kiel or hit Kiel to cut support. I mean, there's all sorts of things that army could do. That was a choice, because I'm not sure what Irish is doing for you unless you're going to, I don't know. I don't actually know.
Maybe the point is to tell Jonnie and Andrew in Italy, like, I'm not going to stop Russia. So it's
well, here goes Jonnie. So here's Jonnie.
Into black, into Sev, into Con, back to Gal. Can't imagine that was agreed. Did not bounce the Warsaw, Prussia, and Livonian arm as they surely worked out. You see England playing defense against Russia and playing it well, bouncing out a Norwegian. With St. Petersburg is going to get into Norway for the shuffle. A whole lot of nothing happens in the Mediterranean as Andrew advances into Ruhr, which would have been great, but for Johnny's canny recognition of, I think, the message that Tianyu was trying to send there, which is that I'm done. It's your turn. And Jonnie agrees, it looks like.
Now, we'll say, and this is something that people who have watched a lot of diplomacy games know, if Italy and France get stuck like this, they get stuck like this, and everyone else gets to play, and they really don't get to play. So it's nothing wrong with going west if you're Italy. It's nothing wrong with going south if you're France. But if it doesn't work, if you just end up in a stick, then in a stick in the mud, you need to pull those two sticks out and go the other direction. And that is not something that the players have been able to do so far.
So we've got Michael said you'll be +3. I believe Jonnie waved last turn, if I'm doing my counting right. So I think that could be very, very influential here. So we go into fall of 09.
Convoy to Romania. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wow. More restraint. Tyrolia.
Does not take 7, does not take Budapest. Jonnie did not pull the trigger here at all.
And it looks like Andrew kind of at least half expected them to. Livonia is going back to Moscow. Finland, maybe that has nothing to do with Jonnie, but wow, no trigger pull here. Wes is going to get into Holland for a 4th center and another build. For some reason, that's good for Andrew Goff. He's better than me. And Tianyu just repositions against Russia. So it's as good a turn for Russia as it could have been. Their position's still way worse than it was a year ago, but I'm shocked by this restraint around Vienna and Budapest.
I'm not sure I understand what Jonnie's doing here. What is the reasoning? Andrew Goff, you need Andrew Goff as a counterweight to what? To a very weakened England, to a growing but small West Ketchum, to a completely underseed France.
Germany.
I mean, maybe-ish, but probably not. All this does is empower Andrew Goff. I know he's -1. I get that, but that's just surprising.
Oh, going up +2, and we've got another pull from Tianyu. Tough pull for Andrew Goff here. Feel like Andrew would want every single one of these units right now. David, what's your pull?
It's a good point. I'm not sure there is any good pull. Probably Ruhr and try to focus on defense in Scandinavia and defense in Turkey, or deterrence, or whatever you want to call it. But honestly, I can see arguments for all sorts of things. If you maybe pull Army St. Pete and try to just use the fleets up there with England. You could even pull a fleet like Barents and try to convince Tianyu that it's time to go a different direction. Try to work with him against West Ketchum. There are all sorts of possibilities, but I think it's probably, I would hate to do it. I agree, because you've got that army and Ruhr advanced so far, but how could you possibly not think that Jonnie is coming? What else does Jonnie have to do in this situation? That's why I didn't understand the restraint. Jonnie got literally nothing else to do.
I will pause and look at chat. Like, there's a lot of good feedback here, saying she prefers positioning in Galicia, can't defend Vienna or Budapest, so they can take it later, being patient. They've got a good relationship with Andrew, probably don't want to spook there. So I think there's some arguments to be made. We'll find out if they're the right arguments, but the arguments are there. And we've got St. Pete. I didn't expect that one for the disband. Army St. Pete. I guess that kind of makes some sense.
It was an option under the theory that you've got 3 English fleets, 3 Russian fleets. You fight it that way, try to keep West with Ketchum on side. I understand the arguments that, and the guys, Jackson, other people are obviously good players, know what they're talking about. But the way you keep Andrew Wu from getting spooked is you just build armies, which is exactly what he did. So I don't know. I don't know about all that. But Jonnie knows what Jonnie's doing.
Well, it's spring of 1910. We've got probably 3 years left. This game does not seem to be one that's going to be drawing anytime soon, in my opinion. So we'll do another round of Who Do You Like? Make it quick. David.
Jonnie.
Jonnie. Zach?
Still got to be Jonnie. No one threatening.
All right. Zach, what are we looking at in 1910?
Well, we are looking at the trigger being squeezed just a little bit more. Rum is going to go into Serbia. The convoy deployed into 7, the army. So we do see the execution of this theory that was put out in the chat, which is that was a positional weight, whether it was right or not. Italy is going to reposition to take Vienna and Budapest, or work with Russia here to provide a counterweight against Turkey, which could have been why they waited on taking Vienna. This is ambiguous from Italy, in my opinion. Looks like Marseille is agreed with France, unless there was a fancy guesswork that I do not understand. And in the West, it is the 3-on-3 fleet stalemate between Russia and England as Wes Ketchum climbs into what will be a 5th supply center from what was he down to? 2? Lazarus Award, Wes.
Woo, woo. I think I can. Wes Ketchum pulling it, putting it into gear. And I mean, hey, there's still time here. It's a 5 center gap between the lead. There's some opportunities for Wes still here.
So did Jonnie think that they had Goffy figured out and that the restraint meant that Goffy wasn't going to do this? Is that what Jonnie was thinking? That's why you go for Serbia? I am baffled by this, and there must be something that I am missing. And I'm sure there is, because I wasn't involved in the negotiation, didn't hear anything. But I mean, Jonnie's position has just gotten way worse. I mean, you don't want to go into Warsaw in this situation. You can't hold it.
No, I didn't even notice that it was an Italian dot that was taken, and not part of a trade. So clearly, there was both sides spent that turn thinking they had gotten Andrew onto their side, and only Andrew knows who they're really working with, as Andrew is working with Andrew and getting back into Budapest, doing a dipsy-do around Warsaw and Moscow. Nothing else really changes in the Far East there. We've got a retreat from Norway to St. Petersburg because Tianyu has taken Norway back as Wes Ketchum, resurgent, walks into Sweden, gives up Belgium. Who needs it? Wes is building anyways with position. Andrew Wu walks into Paris to replace Marseille, and Tunis back to Ionian. Now coming to a détente with France and focusing efforts on the East, which has suddenly become a cluster, maybe.
I think
Wes Ketchum, as I live and breathe, you have really impressed me with this comeback. I mean, it obviously had a lot to do with what was going on in other places, but still, this is awesome.
I think the East is the new West. We had chaos in the West that the East just took complete advantage of at the first half of this game. Now it's completely flipped. I mean, there's still chaos in the West, but this is a mess, and I'm here for it. This is fun. This is really fun. All right, winner of 1910. We now see Jonnie Gillam as our new board leader. Andrew Goff dropping 3 centers, kind of making that exchange. Puts down
all 3 fleets. That's what I thought.
Yep. Time for those fleets, and Andrew's disbanding up north. That all makes sense. And who is that good for? It's Wes Ketchum. All right, Zach, 1911.
Well, Jonnie is deploying those fleets into the Eastern Mediterranean, not going to spare St. Petersburg, and France and England, as they need to do, working together along with Germany to just recapture their side of the board and push back against Jonnie Gillam's board top with what appears to be only 3 years to go in this game. Wes positioning into Livonia, Gascony, Burgundy, Ruhr, places where he can grab dots if something opens up for him, but he can also just be a team player if that's what he decides is the just and moral thing to do as this game winds down.
I think Johnny's going to wish that Jonnie pulled the trigger more that turn. I think we were all expecting them to do that, and I just think it would have been better. You just would have crippled Goffy faster. Gosh, I hope I'm wrong for Jonnie, because I think that Jonnie had an opportunity to really take control of the game, and I'm just not sure that's what's going to happen here now.
Well, one thing I am sure about, this board is awesome.
I agree with that. The Wes Ketchum comeback by itself is awesome. Even in the abstract is awesome.
Andrew Wu is going to have his say. Tyrolia into Vienna, supporting himself into Trieste. Does not need supports from anybody else, though it does appear he's come to a détente with Jonnie. The fleets clear out, and both sides again have a vision for how they're going to get on top of this board. Goff kind of beats his head against the wall in the south. Really nothing he can do, and Tianyu recaptures some of what he lost. So West, by the way, taking Belgium now, not going to go away without some growth and at least some, a puncher's chance as this game winds down.
Just goes to show you, even a great player like Andrew Goff, Russia is so hard to defend, except diplomatically. You just don't have the ability to defend from all these different directions unless you can somehow win the diplomatic battle, and he just didn't win it.
Let's Ketchum with the tiebreaker that we all forgot about because he was dead, just leaving Munich because he doesn't need it yet. Leaving Munich, letting people forget that he has that in hand.
Leaving Munich so that Andrew Goff can be a counterweight to his competitors. I mean, it's just good play.
Take a quick look at those adjustments. And Zachary Moore, we've got 2 game years left. This will be the turn where everyone's setting up for their final turn. We've got Italy with the 9 centers. We've got Turkey at 7. We've got Germany at 6, England at 5, France at 4. Poor Russia dropping down to 3.
I'm sorry that I'm having this reaction, but Andrew Wu may have just thrown his position away. Thinking that Jonnie wasn't going to come with those fleets, thinking that Jonnie wasn't going to take Serbia back, you had to go to Trieste here. Trying to go back, it's just too late to go back to try to force the Mid-Atlantic in a game that's going to end in 1913. That's not. This game may have been handed back to Jonnie here. Unless Wes Ketchum, again, you're totally right. He surprised me the entire game. So unless he comes back and just wins the tiebreaker, good for him. But I was talking about the Italy-Turkey relationship. Italy had the upper hand there, and now it is definitely not true. And for no good reason. I mean, kicking the Russians out of Galicia, who cares? At this point in the game, I just, wow. That's rough.
Everyone around Andrew is playing like they did not give up on winning this game. West finally jumps into Munich and positions around Paris and Brest. Tianyu is going to swing the fleets around. He knows that if he sneezes and falls into a few open centers, it could happen. Jonnie is definitely in the catbird seat, but again, having to worry about that West tiebreaker. And now what does Andrew do? Does Andrew decide he can't win at any point in 1913? And does he decide there's someone other than the person who just stabbed him that he would like to win? That's another question to watch for.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on here, but I know that Andrew wish he headed spring 1912 back because that was just a disaster. And it's not getting any better. And the reason was that, I mean, you guys could, I'm sure everyone watching could see why. I mean, he was going to lose Naples for sure, couldn't take Serbia back. He was going to lose Paris. I guess he could have tried to get France to help him defend it, but instead he tries to take Marseille. So Andrew Wu's game is basically shot here, and Jonnie Gillam's possibilities have gone way up. Did you notice that Wes is again leaving Munich in the fall turn? Because he knows that he can come back and get it. And he's just trying to get position on his competitors. He knows what he's doing, that West Ketchum.
Excellent.
That convoy to Brest, wow. Just went straight in. In a fall turn, Zoe is not prioritizing defending Brest there.
Paris
couldn't afford to because of all the Italians. It really didn't have much of a choice. Zoe's had very little choice in this game at all.
No, Zoe's choice was whether to stab England back in 1902, and that was the last choice she got. And I guess that was the wrong one. I think it's notable that Gascony could have covered Paris, instead decided to launch a pretty hopeless attack on Marseille. That's one of those decisions that makes me wonder if
Well, it was a supported attack on Paris, so one into Paris wouldn't have held. There were two Germans, but certainly try to negotiate with Zoe and do something. If you're going to pull away from Zoe, then negotiate with Zoe and try to come up with some reason to help Zoe. Tell you don't need to worry about the fleets. Move into Brest to make sure you don't lose it. I mean, there would have been ways to make a negotiation there and allow Marseille to hit Burgundy, but didn't happen.
Winner 1912. Don't look now. We've got West Ketchum sitting at 7 with the tiebreaker. We're going to see some of exchange in centers, but I think for me the most notable thing, Wes and Andrew Goff were clearly working together. So kind of you called that, Zach. That could be the difference here, is if they're maintaining a relationship and Andrew decides his influence on the game is going to be deciding who wins it. I would imagine that he would choose the person he's been working with recently rather than the person he feels stabbed them.
Well, England's up 2. I mean, they're not out of it either. They're back at 7. I mean, I agree with Chris Kelly. I usually agree with Chris Kelly, and I agree with Chris Kelly right today that this game is awesome.
All right, this is our final year. David, close us out.
All right, so Serbia is retaken. Why is Serbia retaken? Because Jonnie guesses wrong on who's going to be the moving unit and uses Ionian to hit Albania. That's a double bad because you're letting the Italians into the Ionian. So that is a really good thing for somebody who's trying to win this game whose name is not Johnny Gillam. Let's see, Germany taking Warsaw. England convoying into Picardy to try to take Paris or Belgium or something. That's really Tianyu's only chance to try to get centers from Germany at this point. Not really anything else to do.
And Tianyu can force Denmark, and that's probably what they'll do. They can, I guess, force Belgium as well. So John, so Wessel will probably lose those two. We'll pick up Warsaw and St. Petersburg to stay at 7, but Munich is there for 8. And if West gets 8, by my count, Wu is picking up 2 to get to 8. And Johnny goes down 2. I mean, this is truly anybody's game. It looks like we're going to have it 8-8-8. And if somebody can't find a 9th center, it is going to be West Ketchum from the dead.
Johnny's going to lose Naples here, right?
Johnny's losing Serbia. Johnny's losing Naples. Johnny might lose more than that, the way everyone's surrounding them over there.
Well, we'll see. I mean, in theory, he might be able to take. It depends on what Russia's doing. Anyway, that guess into Albania was just devastating for John. Just goes to show you in a close game how these tactical guesses can make so much difference. I guess you could force. Wow.
A concession to West. A West session.
England just running away and not taking centers. Wow. Did England know that the game was going to end in 1913? Because he didn't. I'm just going to go with the word I started. Wow. All right. Looking down here in the south, what's happening? Nothing surprising. Yes, the Italians take Romania, but they have to lose Serbia to do it. I'm sorry, I can't do the math without just looking at the math of who's won this game. But the thing that really surprises me is what Tianyu has done. Not tried to take anything from anybody. Not even tried to defend Brest. There's some kind of diplomatic play that's going on here, and it just makes this awesomer game even awesomerest.
It is.
I cannot believe this. West Ketchum, you are amazing.
Wow.
Holy comeback, that man.
that is ultimately insane.
Yes. The tiebreaker, by the way.
I can absolutely say that's the biggest comeback that we've seen in DBNI. That is one for the ages, folks. Congratulations, West Ketchum, taking in a disastrous position of 2 centers in 1906 to come back to a 10 center top. This game is one that I wrote on a Reddit post kind of talking about this game, about how one of the inspirations for me to get involved with this hobby was a game that I saw showcase on the Diplomatic Pouch. And one of the things that really stuck with me is there was a English player that went from like 2 or 3 centers to end up topping that game. And this is what we just saw, is this resilience, the non-stop fight, excellent decisions throughout. And then, I mean, you can't win without a little bit of help, finding ways to get some help along the way.
I mean, it's a diplomatic win, Brian. It's a diplomatic win by all stretches. I mean, there are wins. There are wins of the game, tops of the board, that are, I made the right move, the right time, and all that. There are games that are just won on sheer diplomacy, and that is what happened here. His relationship with Goff, his relationship on and off with Tianyu. At times, his relationship with Jonnie probably mattered at different times in Russia towards the end of the game. Just amazing.
Zach, what's your takeaway? What's your lesson from this game that we just watched?
Pull the trigger. You just got to pull the trigger and kill your enemies. And we talked about the tactical first positioning moment for Jonnie. When they decided to keep Galicia, they decided to let Goff's centers stay with Goff. And ultimately, the reward for that was that Goff's units came back and worked with your presumed ally to gut you and to end your game. And it's just once you make that move, and the patience I loved through 1908, the patience was great. But once you've made the move, make the move all the way, because it might be the last chance you get to make it. And for Jonnie, it was their last chance to win the game.
And I would say, and it did, I totally agree with that. I completely agree. Then after that, there were some other choices made. There was Andrew Wu just choosing to think that Jonnie wouldn't come when Jonnie came with those fleets and so forth. There was no reason to think Jonnie wasn't going to do that. You just have to don't believe in something because you want it to be true. Look at the actual reality of the situation. Andrew Wu needed to turn around, and of course, Andrew needed to turn around long before then. When he and Zoe were just bashing heads for the entire game, that was terrible. Now Andrew still had his chances because Jonnie had some mistakes as well. But wow, maybe none of that would have mattered. Maybe that would have put one of them at 9, and Wes Ketchum still tops the board at 10.
Well, Wes Ketchum had a really, really rough 2024 season, was eliminated 4 times. In the 2025 qualifying games this season, he had 0 eliminations in 9 games. And across his career, when he survives to 1905, he tops at a much, much higher average than most. That's what we saw again this year. I think he has learned how to survive, how to take that survival and turn it into success. He will be playing in our Super 7. We will see him in the championship game, knocking out 3-time world champion Andrew Goff, 2-time DBNI champion Peter McNamara on the way to do it. Really, really impressive work from Wes Ketchum. Congratulations. And what a way to start this year's DBN Invitational. Wow.
We told you, folks. We told you these games were going to be exciting, that there was going to be new faces doing new things. We saw that already.
All right. Well, let's bring Nicolas Sahu-Gay back to the studio. Nicolas, anything that you want to add to close that game out?
Yeah, sorry first for the technical problems. I hope everything is working now. Yeah, it was a fantastic game, and I really enjoyed it. I thought that, yeah, it's exactly what DBNI is about. I mean, the person who just said, no, I don't want to die. I want to stay in the game because it's a long game and you never know what happens. And it was clear that, you know, Turkey, Italy, and Russia, they couldn't stay together forever. And that maybe there would be an opportunity there. And he played super well. And then, yeah, I think once people start getting stabbed and lose their chances, they are happy to work with someone who you know, it's a nice story. And I think he played very, very well. I mean, he had Goff, he had Tianyu. mean, it was a fantastic game from Wes, and yeah, you see how difficult it is to close out a stab. These people, they are more used to continue this three-way alliance to the end, and then once you have to, to choose, do I go all the way against Goff, or do it's not easy because you don't have practice on this kind of games, and these are top players, so we don't really know exactly what is said between them, but I'm sure that Goff said things to Jonnie that made Jonnie do things that were maybe not optimal, and similarly Andrew Wood did things because I guess Jonnie told him things that made him do things that are not optimal. I mean, these top players, they play with your head, they mess with your head, and that's hard. Stabbing a weak player is easier than stabbing a very strong player, because he's going to threaten you with I'm going to make somebody else win, so maybe you don't want to do it 100%, but then that's a mistake. So yeah, that was a great game, and it teaches everybody that even the top player in the game, they make mistakes, and even if they played great, that's the thing is, they did lots of things very well, but still there are mistakes made, and that's a good lesson for everyone.
Well, that was so much fun. Let's do it again. I'm going to transition us to our next game. Right, we've got game 2, named after Tom Coburn. Tom is from North Carolina. He now only plays the game when David Hood makes him fill out a board at DixieCon. So current hobbyists probably do not realize he's the 4th ranked player in the U.S. of all time and 12th internationally. Tom has won 8 tournaments in his career and finished either 2nd or 3rd in 13 other events. In addition to winning DixieCon 4 times, he's won twice at the World Board Gaming Championships, including when it was DipCon in 1995, and at Carnage and Tempest. His style was more strong alliance-based and had tactical sense matched by few of his competitors. In this game, we see Katie Gray taking on the continent of Australia, the only non-Australian on this board. We've got Jamal Blakkarly, who is a world champion and virtual diplomacy champion. We've got Shane Armstrong, Marcus Loane, last year's Rookie of the Year, Max Wanji Road Banks, who was also in last year's Super 7, Robert Hillier, and this year's Rookie of the Year, Clare Bradbery. This is a fun group, a fun little storyline there with Katie taking everyone else on. What are the storylines y'all are looking for in this board?
Katie may not know these players as much as they know each other, and that should not matter because Katie is able to work with anybody. That is Katie's superpower, is ability to connect with just about any type of player style, where they're from, what their level of experience is, doesn't matter. Katie Gray knows how to connect with these players. But honestly, a lot of these players we have seen do great things this season and last season as the Australian tour has gone from, one tournament that happened every other year 5 years ago to, a million tournaments that happen all the time. We've seen a lot of Clare Bradbery lately. We've seen a lot of Marcus Loane. I believe won an event this year, if I'm not mistaken. That's probably what's put them into DBNI. Now, I've said a lot of things, and I haven't used the words Blakkarly or Jamal yet. So I'm going to say Jamal Blakkarly has got to be the odds-on favorite of any game that Jamal is playing. This year, not as much maybe, but even though he was like number 2 or number 3 seed, right, in the DBNI this year, way up there. But, like a year ago, basically, or 2 years ago, just dominated everything and has not stopped. He actually took a extended leave of absence from the hobby to do some personal things and has come back, and I don't think that has affected Jamal's ability to win this game. So very interesting. Obviously, with Katie being the only non-Australian, I don't see that as a handicap for her at all in this situation. I think some of these players would love to work with Katie, and Katie would love to work with them.
Well, Jamal Blakkarly has come in as the number 2 seed this year, number 2 seed last year, and the number 2 seed the year before, but is yet to qualify for the Super 7, has been eliminated in the semifinals every single time. Will this be the year that Jamal is able to push forward? Let's take a look now at the Paris method selection for this broadcast, and then we'll get your feedback on it, and then David will let you take the next break.
And welcome to Board 2 Power Selection for the DBN event of the year. And welcome to our players, Jamal, Shane, Katie, Marcus, Max, Robert, and Claire. Without further ado, let's start with placement selection. Claire, would you like 7th or 7th?
I might need some Tatonchi time, but
Yeah.
I think I'll just pick 7th.
Okay. 7th for Claire. Robert?
I'll go after Claire.
Okay. Max?
Can I go before Claire?
Before Claire. Marcus?
I will just pick before Max.
Before Max. Cool. Katie?
I will pick before Marcus, please.
Shane?
I'll go between Katie and Marcus, thanks.
And then Jamal. Will you stay in first?
I've put no thought into this and I don't want to, so I have a dice. I'm going to pick
You do
5th.
also... Okay. Fifth for Jamal. All right, that leaves Katie with her first selection.
I would love to play Russia, please.
All right, Russia for Katie. Shane?
Can I please have France?
Marcus?
This is interesting. Kind of expected, I guess. I don't want to play Turkey. I don't want to play Austria particularly. I'm not that good at playing Italy. Germany always gets stacked on, so I'll play England.
All right, England for Mark. Max?
Can I go Italy?
Italy? All right. Italy for Max. Jamal?
How many sides was the dice that you rolled, Jamal?
6. I wasn't going to pick 7. Yeah, I know. I actually don't know. Sorry, I need a
1 and 2
second.
is Austria, 3 and 4 is Germany.
Yeah. Who's where? You're there and you're there. Yeah. Oh. You know what? Just because I want to make sure Claire doesn't have to play it, I'll take Turkey here.
See, I just needed the Australian board to free me from my prison. All right, I actually have a choice between 2 things that aren't Turkey. Never in my wildest dreams did I predict this. Now I really will need some Tatonchi time.
Yeah, no worries. You've got your, 7 minutes? Is that Tatonchi time?
Was it
Bit
really
on it.
that long?
That's what I've heard. I thought it was like 5 to 7 minutes. All right, Austria for Claire.
I chose 7th and I was pretty sure that I wouldn't end up playing Turkey, so I'm very happy to take Germany.
Germany for Robert. All right, thank you all. Feel free to wish each other good luck or bad luck or, whatever you'd like. And happy stouting.
Thanks,
Good luck,
Emmett.
everybody.
Good luck and have fun.
Good luck, everyone.
Germany goes last in the pick again. Worked out great for West Ketchum. We'll see if we see the same results in this game. David, you're shaking your head. What's the takeaway from this Paris method?
I was making this. My reaction was the same. It's 2 out of 2. We've got somebody intentionally dropping to go last to get the tiebreaker and getting Germany out of it. I just think it's fascinating. And also, Jamal is a big copycat. Because the last time, the one and only time I've done a Paris method recently, I just did all the pieces in the box and said, I'm going to take this. So he's just a copycat.
All right, Zach.
This is I should have expected it from Jamal. He's the star, so we're going to talk about him. But the rolling the dice just strikes me as a let me endear myself to everyone. It's probably 6th in a line of Paris method bits that he's done for his last 6 because he's in every single one. And it's just I'm just goofy Jamal. I don't even really like this game. I'm mostly an organizer, and it's Turkey. I've never played Turkey. It's just Jamal's never off. He wants you to think that he's off. He wants you to think that it's the real Jamal, but you're always playing diplomacy with him, and that was the game already started.
You're so cynical, Zachary Moore. You're such a cynic.
No, David, I think that you're simple and easy to understand.
It's true.
And I think Brian's
no, don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Nicolas, what stood out to you on that one?
I think Shane Armstrong is a very strong player. I've seen him play a few games, and I think he's in a very good position. He has France. If he managed to get an ally, I think maybe Katie and Jamal will have to work together so that they manage to do something. So we will see. But I think Shane Armstrong, we have to be careful because he's very strong. He has France. He has 2 other Australians around him. So if he managed to get in this alliance, I mean, the West could roll, and then Jamal and Katie, they're kind of stuck in Russia, Turkey. So it can be strong, but they may have to work together if France manage to get somebody on board.
We should talk just a second about Katie immediately taking Russia with the first pick. I mean, not even any thought about it. And Katie just loves to play Russia. She's good at playing every country, but she's really good at playing Russia in a top board scenario, and she knows that. And that's exactly why she did that. Didn't even hesitate.
All right, well, David, we're going to give you a break. Thank you, and we will go ahead and begin in our second game of the semifinal first chance stage in spring of 01. Zachary Moore.
Spring of 1901 sees Marseille go to Gascony, which is immediately draws the eye. Everything else in the West is kind of what you see in the West. We're going to see Turkey. Jamal Blakkarly moves Smyrna to Syria, which is an Australian Goffian move, just to say, Italy, stay away. These are not yours. There's going to be a bouncing gal, which we did not have last time, a bouncing black. Marseille to Gascony is interesting. You could see the slingshot convoy into Portugal there, if that's the type of thing you're into. Everything else is, what's the word? Undecisive? We do not see the slingshot. We see France transform that into a very standard fall of 02. They're going to grab Iberia. Belgium probably agreed, even though there is a contestation there. Interesting from Hillier, kind of a significant decision here of the game, letting Russia into Sweden. That's usually something you see from a Germany that is not confident they have a friend, at the very least, in England. Another bounce in gal, just not a lot of trust in the East. And why would there be? Because we also have a bounce 2-on-2 in Romania as Ank slides to Con and Syria goes to Armenia. Nicolas, your brain works faster than mine. What's going on down there?
Austria and Turkey are trying to get something going. So yeah, that's bad news for the rest of the board, because yeah, if AT gets organized quickly, it's very, very, very dangerous. So we'll see. But yeah, for now, I think the only thing that really is that Austria and Turkey are cooperating against Russia, and that should really send alarm signals everywhere. Because if that's what's happening, then the rest of the board has to do something very quick.
We've got Michael's agreeing with that assessment, and we've got Chris Kelly calling out a potential AIT. Take a look at those adjustments, and then Nicolas, it's your turn.
Yep. So it seems that the West, there are lots of bounces. So it seems that they are a bit in a wait and see situation, and then AT seems to be the things that's going on, because Austria is in Romania, and Russia is on the back foot already. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, for now it seems that AT is the only alliance that has really started, and everywhere else it's a bit less clear. It seems that England was trying to move to Skagerrak, so I don't know if it was a planned bounce, but it looks like I don't know. I think in the West it's still wait and see, and but everybody will have to react to this Austria-Turkey alliance, otherwise it's going to be trouble. Yeah, I mean, so I think Germany is reacting a little bit by going to Bohemia, so that maybe something may happen. France is still doing a bunch of nothing, and England is doing a bunch of nothing. So I think, yeah, Austria and Turkey as the only one who are making progress for now. Italy, I don't really know what they're doing. I mean, everybody else is not doing much. So I think Germany is the only one who's trying to move to Bohemia and say, okay, I want to have my say, and I want to be able to influence that part of the board. Everybody else is doing this, which is not bad. I mean, I think France can wait, and then once everybody is busy dealing with Jamal and Clare, then he can decide what he wants to do. But still, yeah, England, I think also, it doesn't want to attack Russia too quickly, because otherwise Russia is going to fall too quickly. But at some point, you still need to do something, and all these bounces are not super. I mean, Belgium nobody is in Belgium, right? So that's not super productive.
This is 2 turns of perfect defense from Katie Gray, by the way. Not a single order that she wrote could or should have been written differently. It's the exact set of orders AT did not want to see. They hardly gained any ground. It's impeccable out of her hands how it transpires going forward. But excellent defense. And did we miss, by the way, did a convoy into Belgium fail in fall of 01? I completely missed that.
Yep.
Oh, so it did.
Yeah, I assumed that one was intentional. This one was a little surprising. It's a very slow West to have it not have Belgium neutral in 1902, and I'm not sure what that says except that it's slow. But the big story for me is going to be Katie Gray versus Jamal. They are both known as some of the best negotiators in this game. Jamal, when he is in an alliance, tends to be kind of a more dominant partner and does a really good job of building janissaries. Katie can build warm, very sticky alliances that will last, but they can sometimes crack under pressure. So if the two of them are opposing, it's going to be kind of an arms race. And so I've got my eye on where Clare goes. Is Clare going to be able to have enough. Is the defense going to frustrate Clare to where she could flip, or is she going to continue sticking with Jamal? I don't see Jamal as the one to attack Clare first in this particular situation. Winner of 02, we've got one adjustment, putting down the army, and Zach, it's over to you in 03.
In 03, Shane Armstrong floods into the med, decides now is his time, and he is going to, well, he probably wishes Italy would have gotten into Greece with that cheeky little move, because then he'd have a force on Tunis. Meanwhile, Germany, Robert Hillier, is going to force into Tyrolia, getting very involved in the East. The West, extremely friendly with not only themselves, but also Russia at the moment. So clearly the board fearing an AIT here, and yet another turn where AT are not on the same page, and Katie is impeccable with her tactics and starting to make them pay for a couple of mistakes here early. I think that was supposed to be a convoy into Sev. At the very least, Jamal thought that's what it was going to be, and said it was an attack on Bull. Whether they tried to change plans last minute or if that's maybe a stab, only Clare knows.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think it's, Katie is doing her best, but she has now lost the Black Sea. I mean, the only thing is, the moves from Clare are kind of. It's not clear whether she's still working with Jamal or not. So I think that's what we need to look at.
And I still don't know what's going on in the West. So looking at that in 1903.
Well, the West has decided that they do not need to prop up Katie Gray anymore, at least not in Sweden. England is going to take that. And North is going to support Holland into Belgium. Shane and France potentially sniffing a little bit of trouble over there is going to draw the fleets back into MAO and Spain. And in the East, Max, Italy, switches the fleets around for a land assault on Clare. So there's definitely not an AIT, and there's not going to be an AT anymore. Clearly, whatever Clare's intention was with the move to Bulgaria last turn, it did not win. It did not go over well with Jamal, and the IT has gained some ground in a way that the AT was not doing.
Misorder from Jamal that Black is supporting and not convoying Armenia to Bulgaria.
Right.
It looks like a misorder. So I think what happened is that Clare last turn. I mean, I think she got frustrated by Katie's defense, and I think she tried to grab Bulgaria, and then Jamal is not happy with that, and so I think now it seems that Jamal and Max are now working together against Clare, and that Marcus and Robert are working together and are making progress. So complete change of alliance. I think the fact that Clare was a bit impatient last turn changed a little bit the alliance structure, and I think kudos to Katie because she managed to play good defense, and sometimes when you play good defense, people get frustrated, and then things can change. And the only problem for her is she has a little bit of good news in the south because Austria and Turkey are not attacking her anymore. But now she has problem in the north. So, tough game.
I love seeing the dynamics here between Max and Clare because Max is last year's Rookie of the Year. Clare is this year's Rookie of the Year. And throughout the DBNI, we've had rookies play a big part in all of these events. This year we had in total there have been 17 true rookies across all 114 DBNI spots over the past 5 years. 4 of those made the Super 7, and obviously they were all in their DBNI. Katie Gray is one of those players that made the Super 7 in their in their debut season. That was back in 2022. And then Max Wanji-Banks was last year's Rookie of the Year and qualified as in the 2025 Super 7. The difference between those rookies and Clare is that they came as much higher seeds. So Clare kind of has come in hot towards the back half of this season, but it's not one that we've seen early success. So I think that Clare is learning the game, and I think that there may be a little bit of rookie frustration here is what we're observing. Max, on the other hand, is now a little more tenured, and I'm curious to see how they respond with potentially Jamal or Katie pulling the strings in these relationships. So really fascinating East, and I still don't know what's going on in the West. So winner of 1903, take a look at these adjustments, and then Nicolas, I'm going to turn it to you.
Yep. So to me, it looks like EG is trying to get organized to go against France, and then Italy and Turkey seem to be working together with Russia trying to do her best and hoping that she can get something and get back in the game. I mean, we've seen in the previous game that as long as you stay in the game and your position is not completely hopeless, you have a chance because everybody wants to win. So you just need to make sure that you're still around when the two allies start fighting one another. So yeah, super interesting to see what's going to happen. Yeah, so then the West is really, I mean, it seems that it's really everybody is peaceful. Katie took Romania, so I think that's very good for her because now that she's back in the game, I think she can build in St. Petersburg and maybe in Warsaw. I don't know, we'll see. And yeah, the rest of the game, it's the rest. You know, Italy. It's not exactly clear what he wants to do, but it seems that he's working with Turkey. So I think it's Turkey, Italy now, but they're not making super good progress. I mean, it's good for Jamal. I mean, Jamal is sitting at 5, and Italy now is kind of Austria and Italy are not friends. Germany it seems that Germany is attacking Italy. So. Yeah, Jamal is in good position. I like it. And the West, I mean, they are playing it super slow, and we'll see how it goes. But you know, at some point they will have to make some move because now that Austria is close to be dead, if they stay doing nothing, yeah, it's not ideal.
Huge to have that army in Albania if you're Italy in this position with Austria going away. That is enormous for having influence in what happens next in the Balkans. It's not an opportunity you get as Italy all the time, but I think that's going to make a difference. And if you can avoid seeing that unit pop, that's going to be a great position for Max here.
Yeah, I'm going to call this out from Michael. I kind of like this statement. The game's shaping up pretty similar to last game, just a slower kill of Austria. Find out whether or not that ends up being the case. But if so, we could see another German performance, perhaps, coming out as a result. So we'll see if past success is a predictor of future success. But in winter of 04, we get Army in Warsaw, and we're going to pause here. We're going to play Who Do You Like? Nicolas, I'm going to go to you first. You get 1 power to pick. You want to fill that position to give you the best chance at winning the game. Who would you want to be right now?
I think I would like to be England.
And Zach?
Give me Italy. I like Adriatic. I like Albania here.
All right. Italy and England are our picks as we go into spring of 05. Zachary Moore.
Well, it's going to be a bounce in the English Channel. England getting some valuable position in Bothnia, but the West still everybody getting along down there. We see another convoy into Albania. Once is good, twice is great, as Jamal and Katie maybe not working together, but correlating their efforts here to destroy Serbia and destroy Budapest. And you know what? While we're at it, how about Germany goes in and destroys Vienna, and Clare can enjoy her Australian summer at the beach. I don't know what you do there, but probably something funner than what just happened on this board. Into the fall, this is again why I love Italy's position. Albania is going to go and take Serbia, and the fleets can so easily flip into Aegean and Ionian. And what's France going to do? The West hasn't done anything but tie themselves up. France can't chase you down. So Italy, like a snake here, wrapping themselves around Jamal's Turkey. And Katie, by the way, something that she, I think, is quite happy about. She doesn't have to stab anybody. She just gets to grab a dot, let her two allies fight each other. Germany gets Vienna. Good for you. That'll help you decide what happens in the West. But a great turn for Italy, a good turn for Russia, and everybody else, I think, got further away from winning.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the Italian stab on Turkey, I think it's very, very interesting. I think Turkey is kind of in trouble because he has. I don't know where he's going from there, so that's going to be tough. I think he is gonna get a rebuild. I get in Smyrna, but he's still I think Greece probably will fall, and then I think Italy is. Played that well. The question is, who is he going to work with? I think now Katie has put a lot of say on what's going to happen. I mean, I think maybe Katie and Jamal will have to start working together if they want to have some say in this game, because it seems that EG and Italy are the kind of the ones that are leading the charge right now, and Katie and Jamal are in trouble. But if the most successful players at this board are starting to work together, maybe they can turn things around. But let's see.
Interesting point for builds. Nicolas, what are you expecting to see from, let's say, England and Italy?
Italy, I would put an army in Venice, because that's where he needs to go, and needs to keep putting the armies there. And England, I think he needs a fleet in Liverpool. I think that's. I mean, he has shown that he wants to go against France with Germany, so I think that's the way he should go.
And Zach, Turkey and Germany.
Germany, I think, puts down an army here. You already got the two fleets. You're declared against France. If you're Turkey, it's a tougher decision. I kind of like a fleet here, because I think the fleet allows your fleet in Greece to be useful. It's not useful unless it can work with another fleet in Smyrna. So pop that down and give Italy some tough decisions on how they want to maneuver down there. Yeah. Look at us, huh? Brian, muted again. Doesn't matter. We're having fun. We're watching the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do we know? We've got army in Naples, army in Kiel. We do get the fleet in Liverpool and the fleet in Smyrna. Nicolas, what does it mean? What are we seeing in 1906?
I think the convoy to Greece is a good thing. What's happening there? So I think Italy is trying to work with Russia, and is Romania going into Bulgaria? Is
that a convoy? Do they switch? I think they switched.
Okay, so that's And then, yeah, it seemed that Germany and England are trying to start getting serious after going after France. So, yeah, so I think Italy is doing very, very well. And then England and Germany are also making progress. So I think that's. I mean, I still like England a lot in this game. So we'll see. And then, yeah, so Russia retake Romania, and then the Russian army in Bulgaria gets eliminated. So also what's basically happening in the East is just that Jamal has lost Greece to Italy, and then everything else is equal. And then in the West, Germany is now in Burgundy and Picardy, so France is in real trouble. But he is managing to keep the English fleets at bay for now, but I guess it's not going to he's not going to be able to defend for long unless somebody comes to the rescue, but there is nobody who can come to the rescue. So I think, yeah, EG is going to slowly kill France, and then it's a bit of a mess in the rest of the team, but I think Italy is the one in the driving seat.
Spring 1907. This is a reaction from England and France, and probably a mature one. They weren't getting anywhere. The East was, so France is going to swing back down to a neutral position. England's going to swing around to kind of a neutral position themselves. Germany digs deeper into the south with Munich and into Tyrolia. They're also going to back off France. So Western unity yet again. The Italian fleet's kind of stalling here. Jamal playing well. As well as you really can from this position. And I love this for Katie Gray. She has made the gains from Jamal's unfortunate series of events. She has rearranged her units in a productive way. She has now taken Bulgaria, Budapest. She has Romania. Everything is coming up Katie down here, while the rest of the board kind of bounces off each other. And gets to hang on to everything in the East. Could have been some guesses there, but supported holds all around. So it is all love between Katie and Max in Italy and Russia. France repays Germany's backing out by moving into Picardy and Burgundy. England's going to try to snipe Denmark there, but Robert Hillier not quite that naive to allow that one. And everyone else is, I think, kind of content to hold what they've got and get to winter with a build-in pocket for those who have it.
They had the upper hand, and I think Shane must have convinced them that he had to go and they had to really let him intervene against Italy or whatever. But I think you don't. Once you have a target, you need to make progress, because otherwise somebody else is going to make progress. Now Russia is back to being. I think it's a wintergreen, and they are going to kill Turkey. I think slowly but surely, and then they control a lot of centers between the two of them, and then in the West they are still three. So. Even if you control centers, what are you going to do? So I don't know. I didn't like the fact that Germany and England kind of slowed down, and I'm sure that Shane must have been very convincing.
All right, so go into spring 1908. We've got a two-way tie for the top. We've got Robert Hillier's Germany and Max Wanji Banks in Italy. Then we've got another tie for second. just one center behind between Marcus Loane and Katie Gray. It's anybody's game. Normally, I would say anybody in those top four, but as we've already seen, anything can happen here in the DBNI. There is still time. This game will continue to 1913. So with that, let's see our 1908 moves. Nicolas.
Okay, so France is taking Belgium, but that might be, arranged because Germany is making progress and is taking Venice, and then England is still playing pretty slow, not doing much. I think it's arranged. So to me it seems that the West now they kind of have decided that they can just play the three of them together and. In the East, I think Max has realized that he was going to be under pressure from Germany and is convoying back to Apulia, but I don't think he will be able to retake Venice because it's going to be 3-on-3. Maybe Vienna will be in danger from the Russia is now in Galicia and Budapest. I think I like what Katie is doing. She's really, she has no risk on the north because it's a fleet in St. Petersburg, and she's moving her units to position where she may take things. And I think she's friend with Italy, and Italy is not doing well, and so maybe she's the one who's going to take advantage of this because when Italy believes that his chance is gone, maybe he's just going to say, okay, Katie, you can take what's left of me. So now I like Katie's position quite a bit. I don't know what England is doing. I mean, England is playing super slow. Well, I really like his position. At some point, you need to make a move, and you need to decide what you want to do. So maybe he's waiting and he's going to stab Germany at the end and just hope it's enough. But I don't know.
It's a dangerous spot for England right here. France and Germany are working together productively in the south. It's only natural for them to start talking about how they can work together productively in the north. If I'm England, I'm doing everything I can to convince France to take my support into Holland right here and shatter that relationship. Might be Marcus' last chance here.
Yeah, so not much is happening. Germany managed to keep Venice. And Italy is completely abandoning the attack on Turkey. And Katie is doing very productive things, being in Romania, being in Galicia. The problem is, can she take the Turkish centers by herself? I don't think so. But I think at some point she will take the Italian centers, and then who can attack her? That's the thing, because the German armies are not close to Russia; they're in Italy, which is strange. Turkey is not in a position to attack her. So right now, I think she has turned things around, and she's the one who can really make progress and take stuff. And the West, I mean, they are doing well, but they are not doing much. So I don't know exactly. I mean, France still has a good position, but all playing so slowly in the West.
Particularly on the back foot here, not really much use to Russia if you're not in Aegean. I understand you lost to Venice, you got to fall back, but this is a tough turn of events here for Max and Katie again, holding all the cards in the East.
It's interesting how big of an impact the taking of Venice has had, not just on Italy that you would expect, but on Russia also, completely changing the momentum of this game. The direction that Katie was going was into Turkey. Now I feel like her units are better suited to go against Italy. Will she make that switch, or is she gonna stick, like, by type she typically sticks with that ally, so I'm not expecting an attack there, but man, I'd be tempted right now because you could make a deal with Jamal, and again, it's a deal with the devil, but you could make something happen here.
That all sounded great till you said the words "deal with Jamal," and now I have a headache.
All right, winner of 1908. We get a Fleet Breast. Is that telling us anything we don't know? We'll find out in 1909. Zach.
Apparently, it's telling us that France is going south, and they're pouring back again into the Med. The Western Reluctant Triple is going to do another, at least one season of this. And you can see it. They're Italy's distracted. Maybe you take what you can. Italy, by the way, getting back into Venice, kind of restoring that position, while Katie and Jamal bounce off each other a little bit. Indecision from those two cost them a season, and much to Italy's benefit and relief here. Germany, Italy, couple powers who are on the block. I could say the same for England, and did not have any movement against them. That bought them a very, very useful season. Moscow is going to hold, didn't have to. There's no threat from St. Petersburg. I'm curious what the decision-making there was around Moscow. Maybe just nowhere that Katie could have put it that wouldn't have tipped her hand, and so she's just going to hold it right there. Into the fall, a little bit of a retreat from Germany here, and a wise one. Going to pick up Tuscany. Could have moved it back, but you really want to pull that and rebuild it. More bouncing around England. The big story here, though, is Shane makes the move fully and finally into Irish, into Mao, into Western Mediterranean. He's even going to go the extra mile of backing out of Burgundy just to say that to Rob in Germany, we are doing this together. And they are. Italy here now, well, maybe by agreement, walks out of Venice here. I'm curious if that was something that they decided was good for them to just say, I want Germany to be propped up a little bit because Italy's going to walk out and not pick that up. But you can tell the direction of the fleet's going back towards Turkey, at least nominally here. So trying to pick up where he left off with Katie in that IR.
Say mark this turn. Let's find out whether or not Max comes to regret moving out of Venice in this situation. This could be a monumental decision as we move towards the back half of the game. Winner of 1909, Robert uses that loan of Venice, I'm going to call it a loan, to put down Fleet Kiel, which will help give them a lot of room in Scandinavia. Don't hate it. Don't hate it at all. Spring of 1910, what are we looking at?
It looks like England and France are now, at war for real. It seems that Germany is going after England also. So it's possible that the fact that England was not doing much for so long, at some point, people, their neighbors, lost patience, and now they're saying, okay, the path to the victory is to take the English centers, but it's not going to be easy because he has an army in Liverpool, he has a fleet now in English and Wales, and for the rest, I don't know what's happening. I mean, Katie is being very patient, but I mean, she needs to take some centers. So maybe moving to Warsaw is to just go and take St. Petersburg at some point and then say, that's my next center. And then, I don't know. It's remarkable. Like everybody is really being so slow and so patient. And but I think Katie knows what she's doing. So maybe she's already counting what she can get, and maybe she's talking with England, and England is saying, if they keep attacking me, you can get my centers in Scandinavia back or something like that. I don't know. Let's see if Italy gets the German center back or not, the Venice, but It's pretty fascinating. These things that are very not what they expect from like direct play. Okay, so now we see Venice being taken. Okay, so now Katie makes a move against Italy. She takes Serbia, and she takes St. Petersburg. So but no, it's a bounce in St. Petersburg. And yeah, now Germany is what? Germany is supporting England into Belgium and is taking Sweden. So it's a big mess in the West. I really don't understand what's happening. And yeah, I don't know why Italy didn't retake Venice in the spring. He could have defended Trieste and Venice. So I don't know. Very surprising move. But I think it's good for KD. I think it's not so good for Shane because he's losing Belgium, and I don't know who is his friend. I think Germany is doing well. Let's see. You know, if two Germany were picked last can win the first 2 games.
It brings me back to Fall 01 when Denmark allowed Russia to take Sweden uncontested. That was a lifeline for Katie at the time. And they've been pretty tight ever since. And right now it looks like Germany sees this game as a GR. You look at what these moves are. This is a GR and one that could do some damage, frankly, and needs to do some damage because it was the perfect time because France was about to take control of the game, and Germany needed a counterbalance and got one not a moment too soon.
Yeah, I think this is another place where we can write this down. This could be a key moment. This support from Holland of England into Belgium is this Germany deciding, hey, it's time for me to change partners. I've got more leverage with Marcus as a junior partner. Shane's got the position to be a senior, big threat. Like we've got Michael in chat saying one of those games France will just take just right like seconds before the moves were revealed, and like that could be what was going through Robert's head as well. But it is always risky when you've got a what looked like a good alliance there. Is it the right time to make that move? Is it too early? Will the board read this as Robert maybe pushing ahead? Is there anybody else that could catch up? Lots of questions as we go into the final portions of our game, and that's why we're going to play Who Do You Like? So Nicolas, going to you. Who do you like in this one?
I think I like Russia.
And
But, you know, Germany has a great position, but Vienna and Trieste are not things that he can keep long term. So, so I think Russia is the one that. The only problem is I don't know how Italy is going to react to Russia stabbing on Serbia, but I don't know. So I think Italy is the key because he can decide that you know, both Germany and Russia stabbed him, and so what does he want to do? Maybe he's going to go back with Jamal, and they are going to try to get some of the Russian centers back on their side. So I don't know. It's going to be. I mean, it's a race between Russia and Germany, and they're kind of working together. So that's kind of very interesting.
I agree. Russia on the front foot.
Fleet down Fleet South Coast or Fleet Sev. All right, Zach, 1911.
And Jamal does the only thing Jamal can do when the fleet is in Sev and takes and in fact pops Bulgaria. This is excellent defense, the perfect set of orders, frankly, from Jamal. He knew that Smyrna was going to fall here, but it was worth it to make sure that Bulgaria falls. You don't mind having an Italian fleet in Smyrna. That's not going anywhere. And so a win-win for both of those. Italy will take that freebie and drop into Adriatic to shore up the middle of the board. Meanwhile, Germany working well here with France, taking north. They're going to piff the fleet in Belgium. which is huge. Kind of a triangle of support in the middle of the board there for Germany. Munich tries to get down to Bohemia to add a little extra buffer, but is bounced out. This is a disaster for Marcus, and the first bump in the road that Katie Gray has hit in a number of years. Into the fall, again, it looks like coordinated movements here from the IT of Jamal and Max. We're going to flip that fleet up into Caen so that Jamal can protect Ankara. They're working together around Bulgaria. Not able to take Trieste just yet, but Katie is, again, stuck. Even with that army getting down into Sev, it's just not enough. France lands the convoy into Wales. That is massive for the tempo in the West, as is Germany taking Norway. So Germany and France, their tides are lifting together here, and the necessity of that GR is starting to fall away now that you have something very dynamic brewing in the West. All of a sudden, you have three powers in the East that kind of need to get down to two because the West is consolidating very quickly.
Sorry, Nicola, I had you on mute. Anything you wanted to add there?
Yeah, I think finally the West got their thing together. I think Germany and France are gonna try to get as many English centers as they can before the end of the game, and I think they're going to get everything. So I think I think right now France and Germany are on the one of them is going to win this game.
All right, winter of 1911. We've coming down just 2 years left to play. Take a look at those adjustments. Armies from everybody on the board. And 1912, Nicola.
Okay, so what I see is France is taking Liverpool, France is taking London. So very, very good play from France. Yeah, I think Italy had stabbed. I think we missed that had stabbed Jamal, and I think so. Jamal is not happy, and that allows Katie to take Bulgaria, and she's also going to be in Armenia. So I think Katie has not is still trying her best to get as much as she can. Will this be enough? I think France is getting two, maybe. I don't know if he's gonna get the third one this year, but he would be at 8, but he doesn't have the tiebreak on Katie. So it's gonna be a finish that's going to be very, very close. And yeah, if somebody wants somebody else to win, then this could happen. It seems that France and Germany are just going to keep working together. And so we'll see if one of them wants the other to qualify, or are they going to fight for it? So I think that's one of the big questions. If they are not going to fight for it, then I think Katie has no chance. If they are fighting for it, I think Katie has a chance.
France is a problem.
Yeah. So they are going to fight for it. So that's the good news. I like the spirit. So France is losing Belgium, but he's taking Edinburgh, and he lost London. So I think he's still in it, but Germany lost Italy, and I think Katie is getting a lot. She's getting +2, and so that's very good for her, because also the German center in Austria. I mean, I told you that long term that you cannot keep that. And so I think this is going to happen. So it seems that Italy and Russia are back together, and that's very good news for Katie. So I don't know if Max is still going to try to top that board, because he may be a little bit short. But anyway, super exciting end of the game. We'll see. Germany tried its best to stay in the race. We'll see after losing Trieste if he's going to say to France, okay, sorry, I tried, but I don't want to.
I think it's a huge mistake from Germany there, holding the fleet in Scandinavia. You want Norway to cut Norwegian because it would have gotten in. You want Sweden. Sweden doesn't need to be in Sweden. What's it doing in Sweden? That should be in SCA. It's about to be the last year. There's no building alliances anymore. Those fleets needed to be getting in position to protect this lead. So I'm curious if Robert ends up being one or two fleets short of a victory here.
So these could be some pretty consequential adjustments here, both in the builds and equally the disbands. Marcus Loane could have a lot of say with those disbands about who ends up winning in the West. Let's do some predictions here. Nicolas, I'll go to you. I'll let you pick which country you want to make a prediction for, when you think that's the most interesting.
Let me think. I think I like Russia here, but it really depends on what England is going to disband.
Mm-hmm.
It's also important. I would think that Jamal is going to keep the fleet in Tunisia, but that's also kind of key. If he keeps the Black Sea and just says, I want to decide who wins, then it's another. But I would think he keeps the fleet in Tunisia. But yeah, the English disband, I would think he disbands Clyde for sure. And then between the two, I don't know, between Yorkshire and St. Petersburg, I'm not 100% sure what it's going to do.
Yeah, we've got Hot Ice 88 pointing out the Jamal's disband. You were kind of talking about that, Nicolas. I did kind of overlook that. If he keeps Tunis, Iberia is at risk. So that could also play a big influence on what happens in the West. Lots of craziness can happen here, and this is another game coming down to the wire. I'm going to let you take a look at these adjustments, and then before I reveal the moves, Zach, who do you feel like has the advantage, and will they win?
I think Germany now, especially after seeing Jamal's disband, because Jamal's telling you who he doesn't want to win, and it is Katie Gray. And Germany has the tiebreaker, and the tiebreaker matters a lot this turn, where he's got a center in hand, nothing that can easily be taken from him, and so Katie has to find two to go above him and has opposition. And so I think Robert is the only one who can win by staying static this turn, and I think that's exactly what he'll do.
Yeah, so often in the game of diplomacy, especially on a top board, I often I'll make an analogy. If you've ever seen the TV show Survivor, you've got the jury at the end. And that aspect is so fascinating because everyone's competing. They all want to win. But at the end of the day, if they don't win, then all of their peers are going to be the ones who decide who does win. And that's what every top board has the capability to offer that scenario. And that is what we're going to see here. The players have all played with each other for 13 years of game, or 12 years. And in that final turn, they're going to decide, hey, how did I feel about what happened? And if I don't have the capability to win, who is going to be my pick? And spring of 1913, what are we seeing, Zach?
We are seeing Germany commit to the East. He's going to take St. Petersburg, and I think it's a good way to go about it. He's also going to go and try to stifle Russia at every turn. Not really worried about anything that France can do to him. France is going to just line up on London, maybe surround Belgium, see if there's play there, and there is going to be play for Belgium. Italy, not giving up either, are going to pour into Albania, Serbia, stuff the armies into the Balkans. And Jamal just decides what he thinks will annoy Katie the most. His decision is Khan, and I'd say it was a good one because now Katie has got to try and take that center back without losing Smyrna, but there's an Italian and a Aegean. Jamal has effectively ended Katie's game by keeping Black Sea. And Germany, even losing Belgium, taking St. Petersburg is in position to control and win this game, barring a crazy throw that we're not expecting.
Yeah, I mean, France is going to end up on 9, Germany on 9, but he has a tiebreak. Is there a chance for Italy to do something? Because he can get Tunis, he can get Greece back.
Germany forces Warsaw too.
Yeah, but he has lost Smyrna, so Germany can. I think Germany. I don't think Germany can. Yeah, but if he goes to Warsaw, is there a risk? No, there's no risk. No, I think Germany has this in the pocket, I guess.
Cover Munich, call Belgium a lost cause. Yep, that's what he's going to do. And yeah, okay, so Katie managed to take Smyrna while also getting Khan back. That's big. And Bulgaria, but loses Smyrna in the process. So better than I thought she'd make out, but I believe that brings her up, especially with losing Warsaw. Yeah, it's not nearly enough. This has to be Germany.
And in fact, it is. That is the second time that we've had the last pick of Germany coming across. That tiebreaker has been really, really influential on the diplomacy as we've entered into these last couple of years, these last game turns. Nicolas, I'm going to go to you for this one. How did Robert do it?
I mean, I think he was patient. He managed to influence the East quite a lot by putting his armies in Venice, Trieste, Vienna, which it's not something that I would recommend, but I think for him it worked very well because he got some control on what was happening in the East. And I think England, had a great position, but played it a bit slow. And then at some point, France and Germany just went for it. And I think it was close race, but Germany just managed to count a bit better. And maybe the fact that Jamal kept this Black Sea fleet was a decider between him and Katie, because I think if he doesn't keep the Black Sea fleet, Katie has a much better chance to really race Germany. So yeah, he played well. He played a very controlled game. I think he did a bit more than England and France in the West, and I think it paid off at the end. So I think that's it's good. And yeah, I'm a bit disappointed with England play because I thought he had a great position, but he kind of refused to do anything. Maybe it's Germany was telling England, if you make any threatening move, then I'll let Italy and Russia run the East. I don't know. It's what's hard here is that we don't know what the diplomacy was. So I think he played a very good game tactically, but I think many of the decisions that we saw must have been how he talked to England and how he managed to convince England not to do much for a long time, while I think England had a very, very good position. So.
Zach?
Yeah, I think it was keeping an eye on the big picture, start to finish. Germany cannily picked up a Russian ally that was a lifeline multiple times throughout this game in ways that he couldn't even have expected at the get-go. And I think back to that moment that we kind of clocked at the time where France was starting to loom very large, and Germany reacted at the exact time that he needed to react. And that opened the door for what became a kind of grinding, scrappy victory at the end.
Reacted and also then turned around and they worked together afterwards. So that was not just a good strategic read, but there was a lot of diplomacy that went into that. Very understated, but very effective, which is how I would describe this entire game from Robert. Robert is the lowest rated player by top share and centers above average power and second lowest by centers above average power on this board, playing with some heavyweights, coming in with that last pick, able to turn it around. David, what was your lesson from this one?
So a great sense of timing would be what I learned from watching Robert play this game. And then towards the end, honestly, the value of a mutually helpful alliance, even towards the end of a game like this, where it's, winner take all, Shane's throwing in with Germany there and working with Germany was the right decision. It really helped Shane almost get to where Shane needed to get, and what Shane was banking on probably is that Germany can't hold both of those Balkan centers at the end of the game. I don't think any of us were expecting him to hold one of those centers, which he does hold at the end of the game. And, if things had broken just a little bit differently, Shane would have come out on top here, even towards the end of the game. It just goes to show you that you don't have to be a boom, 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 boom guy at the end of one of these games where you take and you take and you take when you can actually hit an alliance partner and try to sort of race them to the end. And that's not exactly what happened here, but it's a similar thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, love to see the diversity that this game offers. That's what keeps it fresh, keeps us doing the DBNI after 6 years of covering all of these games, and it still feels fresh. Congratulations to Robert Hillier, our first Australian in the Super 7. So our Australian count is 1 so far. We'll find out if we'll continue to grow that as we go to our next game. I'm going to give Zach a break. Thank you, Zach. And let's go ahead and bring up our players and introduce this board. So our next game is named after Jim Mills. Jim is a British player who began his career by finishing third at the 1981 Mid-Con in Birmingham. 2 years later, he'd win the event, the first of his 8 tournament wins of a career that would last until his last event in 2015. In that 34 years, he had 16 total top 3 finishes and is ranked third overall among British players and 13th worldwide. He won ManorCon 4 times, with the last being in 2014, MidCon twice, and the London Trophy event twice. He was particularly known for his play of Turkey, earning the Best Country Award for that country a total of 6 times. So always really glad to learn more about these players who came before each of us. And Nicolas, I'm going to let you take a look at this group of players. Is there anything that you want to say about this board?
Nicolas, you're muted.
Okay. It's another very, very strong board. Mikalis won last year. Noam is the reigning world champion face-to-face. Maaike has been winning everything basically the last 12 months, both online and face-to-face. Conrad is a very, very experienced player who knows how to win games. So I'm not that familiar with Connor, so I don't really know. I mean, Darcy is an up-and-coming player who has been playing a lot, and Justin is also a new American player who has been playing a lot and has been very successful. So I think it's a very interesting board, and we'll see what happens. And the first 2 boards, I think we have seen surprises. I think most people would not have bet on Wes and Robert to make it to the final. So let's see if it's going to be another board full of surprises.
I don't think anybody would have predicted what happened in the last 2 games. So it is hard to make any predictions exactly of what's going to happen in this game. But I will say this, it is easy to get distracted in a board like this at the shiny objects of Maaike Blom, #1 seed, and Noam Brown, WDC champion, and Mikalis Kamaritis, last year's winner. And I agree with that. It is easy to get distracted. But Justin Loar, I mean, the last 2 VDL regular seasons, he's been the champ. The guy knows how to play. Conrad Woodring has been playing since he was a teenager. I've been watching him play since he was a teenager. He is one of the most experienced players actually on this board, if not the most experienced player on this board. He's been playing for decades and knows how to play the game. And I just think it's awesome that we've got all these, great winners from the past. But would you have expected Wesley Ketchum to come back in that game and win? Would you have expected Rob Hillier to take that German win? I don't think so. So this has been an exciting night so far, and I'm looking forward to more excitement.
Well, right after we announced all of the games, we had the official lineup. We put out a poll on our YouTube channel, and we asked what was the first chance stage that was the toughest, and we had a total of around 90 votes. And when you add them all together, this is what it looked like. 31% voting for board 1, which was fabulous. 23 for 2, just 7% for game 4. We'll come back to that one in a minute. But game 3, the clear winner at 39% of our vote. And when you look at this list, it makes sense. You've got your number 1 seed, Maaike Blom, who has just been dominant this season, is the number 1 player according to the World Performance Evaluation on the World Diplomacy Reference website for this season, and our standings agree with that. And then you've got a world champion in Noam Brown. You've got, like you were saying, David Hood, 2-time regular season VDL winner and former VDL Rookie of the Year, Justin Loar, the defending champion, Mikalis Kamaritis, Conrad Woodring, who has the highest top share on this board coming into the game, low number of total games, but in those games that Conrad has played, has done very well. Connor Muirhead really being the wild card on this board, the one player we've seen the least, a total of only 14 games played in the DPNI at qualifying events. So Connor coming in that 28 seed, but in those 14 games made it count, being able to qualify over 500 other players to make it onto this board. Our audience is excited about this one. I'm excited about this one. Let's get to our Paris method, find out who these players, which powers they're going to be playing.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to round 3, board 1 selections. We have, in order, Maaike from Netherlands. Say hi, Maaike.
Hello.
Then we have Darcy from Canberra. Darcy.
Hello.
And then we have the world champion, Noam Brown from Bay Area.
Hey, folks.
And then we have Justin from SoCal.
Everyone.
Then we have Mikalis from England.
Hello.
And then we have Conrad from London.
Hello.
And then we have Connor from Australia.
Yep,
Canberra.
Canberra. Yep. Hey,
Yep.
everyone.
All right. So yeah, let's just do, I guess, the board selection, country, order selection. All right. It goes in bottom order. So Connor, you are obviously at the bottom for right now.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, Conrad, where would you like to go?
I would like to choose before Connor.
Okay. Mikalis, where would you like to go?
I will choose before Conrad.
Okay. Justin, where would you like to go?
I'd like to choose before Mikalis.
Okay. Noam, where would you like to go?
I'll choose before Justin.
Okay. Darcy, where would you like to go?
I'll pick between Noam and Justin.
Okay. And Maaike, where would you like to go?
I'd like to pick after Justin.
Okay. Yay. All right. Now let's do the country selection. Noam, what country would you like to be?
I'll choose England.
All right. Darcy, what country would you like to be?
I'll go Russia.
Justin, what would you like to pick?
I'll be France.
Maaike?
I'll be Italy.
Mikalis?
Austria.
Okay. Conrad?
I don't like either of these. I think Germany.
And Connor, you have one
Yeah,
choice.
I'll just grab Turkey, I think, yeah.
All right. This is your guys' country assignment. Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you to Sabi Ahuja for running that Paris selection and acting as one of our GMs. Taking a look at our players here. Nicolas, what stood out to you from that Paris method?
Nicolas, you're muted again. There you go.
Oh, sorry. How do I do it? Okay. The fact that Maaike decided to pick pretty late, I think that was a surprise. Taking Italy, I mean, I think it's not a bad choice. Maybe, she takes a country where she will not be an early target. When you are number one seed, that's something you may be afraid of. I think Justin in France and Noam in England, both they look pretty happy with their countries. The East is kind of very, very, very open, so I think we'll see what happens. Turkey is pretty unknown to me, so I don't know if he's going to be like the target, or like Mikalis, who is the defending champion, is going to be the target, and we are going to see a third Austria getting attacked very quickly. So that's going to be. I think what I'm going to look for at the start of the game is can Mikalis get his Austria going?
Yeah, I would say Mikalis is probably fairly happy with picking Austria here versus I don't think he wanted to be in Germany next to Noam and Justin, the two snakes in the grass. From his point of view, I think he probably feels a lot better in Austria in this scenario. This was a much more conventional Paris method selection than the last two we saw, don't you think?
Yeah, this was almost textbook. The one thing that kind of stood out to me was Mikalis picking Austria a little bit earlier than is typical. To me, that's signal. I was not expecting that from Mikalis. Do either of y'all have any theories about why he picked Austria when he did?
I really think he was just trying to avoid being the Germany next to Noam and Justin, who are players that I think he probably believes he would have harder time keeping relations for extended periods of time versus his situation as Austria on this particular map. I think he likes his position better as Austria, putting aside which country is better or even which country he's better at. I'm not sure there's a country Mikalis is bad at, but I think that he was really picking who he wanted to be next to, not anything else.
Yeah, one other storyline that I'll just set up at the start of this game before we get started. Connor Muirhead, we have no record of performance in Turkey. So this will be the first DBNI game or DBN covered game that we see Connor playing Turkey. So good luck, and let's find out in spring of 01. Nicolas, I'm going to start with you.
Let's see. So in the West, there is a bounce in Burgundy, so that's interesting. I think that's pretty good for France. It's a kind of bounce that France is not unhappy with. England, it's very standard. Russia also very standard. I mean, the rest is really very standard. So I think we'll see where it goes. I think the fact that Venice stays in Venice, I think it's important. I think it's probably good for Mikalis that he's not getting an army in Trieste right now. So yeah, we'll see. It's pretty standard. I think the bounce in Burgundy is kind of important, and the fact that Venice stayed at home is also quite important.
I assume that bounce in Burgundy is arranged, and I wonder who proposed it.
Okay, so there is a bounce in Belgium, so that kind of makes sense, but usually it means that England and France may not be completely on the same page. Italy just convoys to Tunis, and Venice stays where it is, and Turkey, shuffles the fleet to Khan and put in Ankara, so that we'll be able to do the second fleet in Smyrna. So yeah, I think it's kind of interesting to see what's going to happen. It's kind of slow developing in the east and in the west. Yeah, for now it's not 100% clear what's going on. So I think lots of things can still happen. Nobody has really shown their hands, which is pretty different from the last game where Australia and Turkey started working together from the start, even if it didn't last.
This looks to me like a game from 10 or 15 years ago, honestly. No goofiness about trading Trieste for a GN. Nobody jumping into the Black Sea in the fall turn. This is a much more standard game from again 10 or 15 years ago. Nobody takes Belgium. This was all a very standard fare back in those days.
Mm-hmm. So I think the two fleets in Brest and London. I think it looks like England and France are not really super friendly for now, but can still change. The Turkey is building a second fleet, and Russia decided to build two armies. So yeah, for now, pretty standard. Nobody has really done anything committing. So I think both in the east and the west, the alliance can go anywhere. So let's see how it continues.
Yeah, there's decision points here about the fleet. I was going to say the German fleets and what they do is a decision point. That's going to Skagerrak is the third option. You go to Helgoland if you're anti-English. You go to Baltic if you're anti-Russian. You go to Skagerrak if you're kind of anti-Russian, but maybe not because you touch Norway. So that's interesting that Conrad's hedging its bets there. You see Noam, Conrad's hoping that he's got an EG going because you've got Noam forcing his way into the English Channel. And you've got Maaike doing the very non-committal move. I'm just sending my Italy home. Just send my army home. Not doing anything else. A very static East, I would argue. Again, which is an issue that people ran into years ago, which is why they started inventing ways to move faster of the East. But this is not one of those times. All right, so now England is pulling out of that, going to Belgium. and killing the German fleet in Skagerrak. So Conrad was hoping maybe to get England on side here, but Skagerrak instead of Baltic may have spooked England because that is not a purely EG move. That's like a hedge my bets kind of move instead of going to Baltic. So that might have been why Noam turned around here. Or maybe it was always the plan, but I think that's likely to be true. Now, Belgium to Holland is interesting. Didn't even try to defend Belgium as the Germans. So I do think that's interesting. In the East, is anything happening? No, not really.
And the fact that Venice went to Tyrolia and Apulia was supposed to go to Venice. It didn't work, but it seems to me that Italy and Austria are not really on the same page. And,
or that could be totally be arranged. I mean,
it could be, but we'll see.
Because otherwise, Mikalis would be moving to Galicia against the Russians, hitting Bulgaria with Greece, and then hitting the Italians with. That doesn't sound like Kamaritis to me, unless he was being paranoid. I suspect this is some kind of arrangement with Maaike to leave her army in place or something. I don't know. Maybe she promised she would move 2 armies up, and then this is the way for it not to work.
All right, winner vote 2. Take a quick look at those. And then it's back to you, Nicolas.
So let me think. So France is moving to the English Channel. So I don't know. I mean, it looks like he's. It's not clear what he wants to do. It looks like he was really playing with England, but now moving to English Channel is a bit less friendly. There is still this bounce in Venice between Mikalis and Maaike, but Tyrolia now is going to Bohemia, so their army is really going places. And I think Turkey took the Black Sea, which I think is a very good move because defensively is very strong. We can do a lot of things from there, but not much is happening. I mean, the Italian fleets have been doing nothing for now, like 3 seasons in a row, and Conrad is trying to defend, and I think he's playing pretty good moves, but England is now going to be north in Skara. We'll see. I mean, it's kind of fascinating that everybody is playing very close to the vest. We haven't seen yet a big attack on someone, and it seems everybody's talking to everybody and seeing and waiting to see a bit how things develop before deciding exactly where to go.
There have been some consequential moves so far in this game, like the attack on Skagerrak in the last move, but this is not the dramatic type of game we've seen in the early stages in the last 2 games tonight. This one's much more static. Again, not saying there's not some important moves, but supporting the English Channel was relevant. That's an important move. We'll see what it means. Probably Belgium. Yeah. That's exactly what it means.
Yeah, but I mean, the English fleet in Belgium might not be the strongest unit or the best placed unit. So maybe France is moving to the west. So maybe it's an EF and said, okay, this fleet in Belgium is not super useful. So you take Denmark or take Belgium. So to me, it looks like maybe arranged. And the Italian army is finally moving to Venice and to Silesia, so that's pretty surprising. But Mikalis took Bulgaria from Turkey. I don't really know why. I mean, I think Turkey must have been a little bit too confident because there was no reason to lose Bulgaria here. So I think it's pretty bad for Turkey and it's very good for Mikalis.
Yeah, that was just Connor being too cute for no good reason. I don't think. This Italian move where you send that army all the way up that is old school AI before any of this Trieste loan business. This is sometimes what Italy does. There's a term for it I'm forgetting right now, but there's a term for this move where you send that Italy. I'm sorry, where you send that army on
the adventure is one of the
yeah,
things
something
I've
like
heard.
that. Yeah, Tyrolean adventure or something
Yeah.
like that. And it's intended to literally help you as an AI versus RP situation. Put another unit against Warsaw.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of flexibility. You can most of the time you're using it that way, but you can also help others. It just puts it in a useful spot. So I'm a fan of that one. There it is, Italian Expeditionary Force.
Yeah.
Ed Sullivan coming through strong on that one. Thank you for that reference.
And the reason we know that is because the Italians really did have some units in the German invasion of Russia in World War II. There was an Italian Expeditionary Force. That's the historical reference.
Well, we've got looks. Go ahead, Nicolas.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like it. I mean, now she's, Mikalis can really choose what he wants to do because he's going to have a build, and Venice is under pressure. Tunis is under pressure. I don't know. I think she has given a lot of power to Mikalis if it's an AI. So.
Well, not surprising. Mikalis Kamaritis being our defending DBNI champion. He's a 2025 DBNI champion. He was a 2025 VDL champion and 2024 DIPCON champion. He is currently third place in the WDR World Performance Evaluation over the past 7 years. Again, thank you to Matt Pickard for that art. And as we move into 1903, we get armies. Wasn't expecting that from Noam and Justin. What is that telling us?
That neither of them wants maximum flexibility would be my reaction to that. I am of the school that, yes, England needs armies, but not early in the game. They don't need armies. They need mostly fleets. It's a fleet power. So unless the whole point of that, I'm not even sure what the point of that is. That just, yes, you can do it. Yes, it can be helpful. No, it is less flexible than having another fleet. Most of the places you want to go right now as England are water.
Nicola, my only read potentially on this is that it's bad news for Germany, would be my assumption. Is that your take?
Yeah, I think it's bad news for Germany. My impression was in this game, everybody was a bit more paranoid and they didn't really want to commit. And that's one way to commit. Said, oh, let's build armies so that we know what we're going to do. Yeah, it's less flexible, but if you manage to convince, England managed to convince France to work with them, and France managed to convince England to work with them. I mean, they're in good shape. I mean, EF is very strong, and maybe it means that English Channel is going to move south finally, and then England will be able to also attack Russia. Well, they also still they have lots of German center to take. So to me, it's kind of a way to just commit to an EF and saying, this is the way where we can trust one another. Maybe it's not the super flexible, but in this high stakes game, sometimes you need to lose a bit of flexibility just to be able to convince your neighbor that you're ready to work with them, and they should not be too worried about you making a move. So I think it's a good way to build some trust between them, even if I agree it's not the most flexible, but it's a different game. And so I think maybe they have understood that to be able to trust one another, they need to make these builds so that they can now press on, because so far they have not been able to trust one another that much.
Yeah, it could be that I'm just coming at this from more of an alliance player point of view, which is really more my style as a strong alliance. If I'm France, I want England to build the fleet so that they can be helpful to me. England with the army is totally unhelpful to me. I need England to go into Helgoland for me. I need England to go into Skagerrak, whatever. I don't need England to build an army to go to Norway. That doesn't do anything for me as France. So if England had come to me saying, let's build armies, I'd say, you're building a fleet, I hope, because you're England. You're the fleet power. I might build an army to, go around or push a unit into Ruhr and come back through Burgundy with support and all that. You shouldn't be building an army. What are you doing? You're not useful to me.
Well, 1904. We'll see whether that turns out. David, it's your turn.
All right, they do go to Helgelin with support. See, this is the surprising thing. If the North Sea is an intentional bounce, then fine, they must have agreed on this. But that means the armies are never going to leave the island. I guess that's in theory not harmful to the French, but again, less helpful to me if I'm the French, because I want to have an ally that's going to help me pulverize everybody else. Justin is pulling back to mid-Atlantic. That's got to mean something. That he has done that and let Maaike rearrange her fleets. One thing you can do with the Tyrolean Adventure, and I was going to talk about this. I had a game one time where I sent 2 armies up there, and they never ended up in Russia. They both ended up in Germany. And so that's one thing that you could do with your armies, interestingly enough. Now, if you're going to do that, do you really do that while you're also moving on Austria? I'm not sure. I mean, if you're going to move on Austria and go to Adriatic and Ionian, and then why not just go ahead and go to Bohemia then, so that you've got somebody, unless this is some kind of feint that they've worked out, and that's why they've gone to Munich and Silesia because they're working together, or some kind of support on Berlin. That's fine, but then what are the fleets doing? Turkey did they take? No, they tried to take Bulgaria back, but the Russians supported it. So there's nothing really going on there.
Yeah, I don't really like this taking Munich because I don't know if I'm Conrad here. I'm just going to say, I was trying to defend the best I could against England and France, and then what are you doing in the east? I mean, you're taking Munich. You're wrecking my defense.
I wonder if that was intended to bounce the French out of Munich. I wonder if he was feeling beleaguered and was inviting Maaike in to help. And by the way, if you end up with my center good, I'd rather you have it than these idiots that are attacking me. That might also might be a possibility.
If that's the case, then yes. But other than that, it's just.
What's the Munich order there, Brian? Supported Ruhr to Burgundy. Yeah, so that this was an invitation.
Yeah, no,
she's there to help, not to hurt. And Conrad, if you end up in my center, Conrad says, that's fine, Mike. I'd rather you have it. Interesting. What else is going on? We've got that whole Italians moving up to Adriatic and stuff. They try to come back out with support of the Turks, which does not work. Interesting. So Mikalis is getting attacked by both I and T, but working with the Russians.
Yeah.
All right, winner of 1904, we've got 2 center Germany getting ready for a resurgence. Let's come back and top this board again.
Oh no, that's not possible. I've never seen such a thing. How foolish of a suggestion is that, Brian? Probably.
Oh man, but we do see very tight bunching at the top. 6 centers between 4 powers. It looks like. So anybody's game right now. David, go to you. Who do you like?
This is a good question because. At the risk of sounding silly again, I do think Conrad's out of it, and I suspect that Conrad's out of it without a major switch around. But honestly, any of these other people are still in it. It's just so early, without there having been a lot of dramatic moves, except for the dismemberment of Germany. But I would say if I had to pick a country to be in this situation, probably Justin in France. One thing, as much as I would have liked, I was making this pitch earlier about how I wanted the English fleets to go do English fleety things. It's certainly not much of a threat to France to have those 2 armies sitting there. On the other hand, it's hard for me to hit the back door if you got 2 armies on there too. But I think I'd probably pick Justin in France.
Nicolas?
I think I like Russia. I think Russia is in a good position. I mean, he has basically no enemies. He's managed to get friendly with England in Scandinavia, and then he's friendly with Austria. Turkey cannot do anything against him. So I think if he plays it well, I really like the Russian position. I mean, it's not yet the Russian position that's dominant, but I think strategically and diplomatically, he managed to get lots of his neighbors away from him. He is not threatened, and then maybe at some point he can make a move. Because I mean, if Italy decides to attack Austria and France and England start a war, then I think the only one who is really benefiting is Russia. So I like Russia, but we'll see how it goes.
I feel like it's a pivotal turn for Russia because Noam could build a fleet in Eddy here. He's got the armies that he could convoy into Scandinavia. Seems to have good relationship. Well, a potentially good relationship with France if they could work that out. So I think this is it could go really well, but I could also see it turning here. So really got my eye on that relationship. We got another army though, not what I was expecting. So definitely looking better for Darcy, probably. What are we looking at, Nicolas?
Nicolas, you are muted.
Yeah, so the Darcy's moving against Mikalis now. Is supporting the Turkey into Bulgaria, and but Italy and Austria seems to be working together. So yeah, it seems that there is a complete rearrangement in the east. But Mikalis has supported Russia into Berlin. So yeah, it's very, very, very weird. I think Noam is the one who's really making progress. He's convoying to Holland. He's gonna be in Denmark. Darcy is moved away from Sweden. So I think I really like Noam's position. He's very, very solid, and he's taking advantage of the fact that everybody else seems to be fighting. And yeah, Maaike is. I don't know if it's an arrange bounce in Piedmont or she realized that this could be coming, but she's losing Munich, and I don't really know where she's going from there. I mean, she's working with Mikalis now, but she's going to be back at 4 centers, and I don't know where is the next center for her. Okay, so the next center is Vienna. Yes, so now Mikalis retook Bulgaria, and so he gave Vienna to Maaike. And other than that, so France tried to take Holland from England, but it didn't work. There is lots of action on Sweden, but nothing is happening. So it seems that there is no clear alliance. France and England kind of work together, but they are trying to fight for dots and trying to stab each other. I don't know. It's kind of could be more productive relationship between France and England, I would think. And I think Italy has been doing well now that she's in Eastern and Aegean. I think but I don't understand what Darcy is doing. So.
Well, I found that turn fascinating because it shows very, very good coordination with the AI, and I agree. I'm not sure where Darcy's next friend is coming from, but I guess we'll find out. I was a little surprised that England got the build there instead of France. They've already got a bunch of useless armies sitting around. France really can't do anything. I wonder how that negotiation went about who got to keep Belgium. Nicolas, was it your read that was an attempted stab or an attempted rearrangement for France?
I don't know. I mean, France tried to take Holland and didn't work. So. I don't know. It doesn't look like they are coordinating. They are exactly on the same page. But at the same time, they basically killed Germany, and but the thing is, England is working both with France and with Russia. So I mean, I like Noam's position because he has kind of two friends, and he can choose what he wants to do with that in the future. And
well, it's definitely time for Noam to make a choice. I mean, obviously your target is dead, so you got to do something. The fact that Russia had to go to St. Pete to cover it from the Bothnia fleet means that now there's a unit in St. Pete. And so I don't know what Noam does with that. Of course, Darcy's getting the build anyway for Berlin. So I guess there would have been a unit in St. Pete either way.
But yeah, AI being now really the main alliance in the East, I think is very interesting because Turkey is basically dead. Smyrna is, I don't know, because he can rebuild, so he can rebuild in Ankara.
Yeah, he can rebuild. Yeah.
And then there is going to be some defense, right? But still, there is a guessing game. I don't know. I think Turkey is basically unless Russia really comes to help, and I don't see how we can do that. I think AI now they've got their strategy together, and they will be able to make progress. So.
Yeah, we may see. Yeah.
Well, Maaike Blom coming in as our #1 seed, as the current reigning VDC champion, has the highest DBNI qualifying score of all time. No one has scored as many points, and is currently first place in the WDR World Performance Evaluation for 2025. She's just had an incredibly dominant season. I'd say the one that it reminds me of most is what we saw from Tanya Gill in the very first season of the DBNI. Unfortunately for Tanya, and honestly for every #1 seed, they have not performed well historically in the DBNI. Only one #1 seed has performed well. That was Brandon Vogel coming in and winning the DBNI that season. Everyone else has been eliminated. I think that may be the only #1 to even make it into the Super 7. So Mike has got an uphill battle just based on statistics alone. Most people come in around 10, 9, 8 ish. That's a more common range for somebody to win the DBNI. So can be a curse, can be a target, but it looks like Mike has found a potential ally here, one in Mikalis Kamaritis. Probably not a bad thing because the two of them have been paired up several times and 11 boards, and Kamaritis has had the advantage in most of those matchups, averaging almost 2.5 points more centers per game than Maaike. Maaike, though, has dominated Darcy Morris. They played 13 boards, and she's got a full 3.5 points over Darcy. So this could be an opportunity for the two of them to work together against Darcy. So we'll see if that's how this plays out. Winner of 1905. All right, we've got definite commitment in the West finally. We've got Noam not happy, is how I'm reading that. Fleet in Liverpool, not happy with Justin. We've got a disband from Conrad of the Fleet in Bothnia, and Connor putting down an army in Ink. And Spring of 06, David, take it away.
Okay, well, that leads to a bounce in the Irish Sea, which is hardly surprising. And the French do, in fact, say, Holland actually should have been mine all along, and I'm going to make it mine now. So that's what happens there. So with respect to what Noam was going to do here, Noam did not turn on Russia. Noam either turned on France or responded to France having turned on him at the end of last turn, which we're not really sure which one it was. Looking at the East, I would say nothing really surprising there. They were probably always going to go for Romania with 3 on it. But I think that was predictably not going to work. I mean, what did Khan have to do there except for making that attack? I guess they could have guessed wrong, and the AI could have taken Khan. That would have been the guess that would have worked. But otherwise, fairly standard turn except for Noah making his move, and Justin making his move.
just Kiel not supporting Holland is kind of a surprise. I think Kiel holds. I think maybe.
Wait, Kiel held? You're right. Yeah.
I think that was maybe a misorder. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, that is yeah, you're right. That's totally a misorder.
And yeah, I think that's very, very bad for him.
Well, he can still. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? You know how Noam could be in a better situation if he had another fleet, because England is a fleet power, and a lot of the places you want to go are blue.
Let's see. Vienna taking Trieste. Do you think Mikalis is going to be happy about that, or do you think it's? Maybe it's. I don't know.
Well, they're taking Romania. Austria's taking Romania, so this might just be a deal.
Yeah, it's possible.
Also picking up Smyrna, though. Looks. Oh no, they're not. They did not get in. So. Right,
no, I think that was part of the deal. I think they're probably.
Yeah, no, I agree. And
yeah, that's.
And Mikalis is fine to make that deal because if things go right, he can always take that stuff back.
And it gives Maaike a fleet that she can go get tangled up with France if she wants to. So that could be good for him as well. We saw what happens when Italy and France can get locked up. So it gives some of those other powers an opportunity. Nicolas, Spring of 07.
Yeah, and she's doing it too. She's going west with it.
Yeah, I mean, now she's taking... so it seems that Austria, Italy, and Russia are kind of working together now. Because, Black Sea cut Ankara, and then he's moving Warsaw to Galicia, and Galicia is going to Bohemia. So it looks like they're not super happy. They're trying to do something against France. And Noam is convoying to Belgium, so he's going to get Belgium. So it's not too bad for him. I think he's because now that France is going to be under pressure from Italy, and I don't know. I mean, I think it's fascinating, and I think it's Noam. It looked like he had some issues because of this Kiel not defending Holland, but I think now he's back in being in a very nice position, and he will be able to build another fleet, which I think is going to please David. And I think he's in good position because he's completely demilitarized Scandinavia. He's working very well with Russia, and then France is going to be in trouble. And so if Noam retakes Holland, and he's going to be basically without any enemy anywhere. And so that's it's fantastic news from him.
This really does show the power of the Great Northern Alliance. If you can completely empty out Scandinavia, such a powerful move. I don't really understand Justin's moves here. Why would you not cover Belgium from English Channel and support yourself to England? Maybe he was afraid of Irish and West combining on mid-Atlantic, but that seems really unlikely. So I'm not sure I get the move to North Sea there. I know maybe trying to cut the support for an attack on Holland, but you can't leave Belgium open, for goodness sake. That dooms Holland anyway, unless you could do this. You can support Kiel instead of the attack on Holland if you're Helgoland, which I don't like that either. I don't remember whose turn it is, but
go for it, David.
Darcy continues to sort of not have any enemies and do kind of what he wants. This time he's cleaning out the rest of the German trash, and nobody really cares. So Darcy's having an interesting game. All right, Justin goes around to get in the North Atlantic, which I think is interesting. But I just really wish he had not let the English into Belgium there. That's really not what he wanted. Let's see what's going on in the East here. We've got more continued work on the Austria hitting Con with support, right? Support of the Italians. Yeah. So I'm not sure. I mean, why would you? I guess this may be Mikalis turning on Italy, trying to take both centers at the same time. So this may be Mikalis. Turkey's about dead. Who's my next target? I've decided it's not going to be Darcy. It's going to be Maaike. Must be what that move is.
I mean, he cannot keep going with two of his home centers being green. It's not possible. I mean, he will have to rebuild, and he will have to do things. So I think Vienna and Trieste cannot be Italian for too long. So if I'm Maaike, I would have preferred to keep Trieste and not Vienna, because now she's going to lose both. But yeah, from Mikalis' position, he couldn't keep going with two of his own centers being owned by Italy. So. But yeah, what is surprising is that England and France are now are kind of fighting. Well, I don't know. I was expecting them to kind of be able to work together more. I think that's kind of for France, it's pretty bad because now he has no friends. Well, I think for England, for Noam, it's pretty good because he still has Russia as a friend. So,
there's also positional problems here. I mean, who's defending? Where's the Maginot line? It's missing. There's positional issues here.
Noam Brown taking on fellow Californian Justin Loar right now. Noam is the reigning face-to-face world champion. He was part of the 2023 DBNI Super 7, but probably the most notable contribution in the hobby, he is the godfather of Meta's Diplomacy Cicero AI. So lots of stories about that a year or two ago. I think it's been about 2 years now. Really impressive feat and work that Noam's done. And Noam's just taken all that research and knowledge and proven that it's not just stats, but he's able to play, winning the world championship. So right now going against his fellow Californian, and winner of 1907 continues a fleet that seems like there is a commitment. It's going to continue. We got a disband from Justin Loar in Holland. So maybe there'll be an adjustment there. We'll find out. Darcy put in the Northern Fleet, St. Pete. So all the fleets in winter of in 1907 on the western side of the board. David's got to make you happy. Mikalis putting down an army that's not inconsequential there. And it looks like he's got the classic Austrian problem of more centers or more builds than centers to build them in. So spring of 1908. David, this one's your turn, and then we'll do Nicolas in 1909.
All right, so Darcy had to build that Northern Fleet because where are you going to go now? You got to go against England if you decided to work with Mikalis, just like Mikalis had decided, although it looks like maybe not going to go through with it, had decided to fight with Maaike. Yeah, so the French do bring somebody back to Burgundy. Russians taking out Kiel. Interesting. So we've got a lot of cooperation here with all the AIR partners right now, at least, with Maaike moving units away from the Austrians and also Trieste going to Albania, move away from Maaike. So looks like if that was a dust up, they have cleaned it up, and now Maaike, of course, moves that fleet in there because all you've got is French armies defending Iberia, not any fleet, so they can move three units in there. So is this Anglo-French war going to continue now that the air has sprung an attack on the west? That's the real question. Can they figure out some way to disentangle now that they're all facing an attack from the east? And the Italians take out Marseille, as one was going to do here. If the French don't defend it, if the French go from Burgundy to Picardy, then yeah, they can't defend Marseille. Again, I'm not sure I quite understand that move in a fall turn. What else is happening? Lots of bouncing. And in the south, is there anything of consequence? Not really. The Russians killing that last Turkish unit, but staying away from Austria. So they have aired up, at least for now. Italy leaving the Aegean. Austria not taking Vienna back. So all this is all copacetic right now for the AIR to dominate the stalemate line because the England and France are still locked up with each other. I'm not even sure if it's around to stop. What's happening. Although again, moving into Picardy, I just don't get that one in a fall time.
Yeah, I mean the East really they managed to get organized and to be to do things that all of them are gaining something from this plan, while France and England fighting for like 3-4 years has been so unproductive, and they are just giving all the power to the East. So
I want to give the East a shout out here. It was not clear to me what they were doing last turn. I could tell there was something. I just didn't have the vision for it. And here we've got a great example of them passing through Munich to kind of use those German centers to rebalance everything. And I just didn't see that at all. Now you've got nice clean lines. They're separating very nicely. And David, they're not at the line. Like there is no line. Like this thing is there's nothing that the West can do in this position to stop them. So the question for me now is, okay, you've got a monster air that's about to break through. We've got fall of 1908. So we're starting to shift into the end game. How does this triple go? It can't last forever.
No, and the air may be out of the tires immediately because where is Mikalis going? I talked in the earlier game about threading a very tight needle in Germany. If you're either Russia or Austria, there's a very, very tight window of what you can do. And if there's already Russians and Italians in front of you, and you've only got one Austrian army even in position to do anything, Mikalis may have convinced his partners to go and do these things. But what does Mikalis do while all this is going on? It's redeploy all those armies northwest? I don't think so. And they don't really have time to get anywhere that's enemy territory. It's a little bit like the Czech Legion in World War I, stuck in the middle. I mean, they basically had to fight the Russians. They were stuck. There was nowhere to go. They were middle of Russia. So I don't know what Austria thinks he would do here, except at least maybe just bide his time before he stabs, but there's got to be a stab. And the question I've got is, do England and France last long enough for that to help them? It doesn't look like it, really.
Yeah, but I think, he's going to be, very... all his centers are well protected. He can get Vienna whenever he wants. So I think he's not in a bad spot.
No. I'm not saying he's in a bad spot. I'm saying he's in a good spot. He's just not going to stick with the triple.
I don't know. I think, he's going to say, okay, Vienna is mine. I'll take it back. And from there, you will see. Italy is not, she has Munich, which is not maybe defensible in the long run. Smyrna might not be defensible in the long run. So the question is, I think Russia. What can Mikalis do with Russia? I think that's. But I think he needs Russia to contain England. So I think his only plan is to keep working with them and just hope that at the end his superior tactics will be able to get him what he needs, because it's going to be fairly balanced, because England is in good position. I don't think Russia and England are going to just take over everything. So I think the only risk is if France completely collapses and Italy keeps growing.
Well, France is -2. They are collapsing.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. They are collapsing.
Vienna, so I think after that he's not in bad shape. So
it's a diplomatic situation on the board right now. The diplomacy will determine how the triple plays out, whether or not it continues, who will have the upper hand. I like all of these adjustments based off of this board state as we move into, before we move into 1909. We'll do quick. Who do you like? David.
I know I sound like a Mikalis Kamaritis fanboy sometimes, but I have a hard time picking against Mikalis in a situation in which he's not in trouble, and he ain't in trouble in this game. So I'm picking Mikalis. I believe he will figure out a way to come out on top here.
Nicolas?
I would have agreed before Gascony and Spain were coming out of the board. It seemed that Justin and Noam, their relationship has just gone from bad to worse. And I mean, if Italy gets Spain and Portugal, I mean, she's going to be hard to stop. And with two armies in Venice, and it's not going to be easy for Mikalis to take anything but Vienna. So it's true that Munich and Vienna are kind of fragile, but yeah, I don't know.
I think AR has to move on over now, given those French disbands. They need to take Smyrna, they need to take Munich, they need to take Vienna. That's if I were Austria or Russia, that would be my immediate thought. Is that, oh gosh, if we don't do this now, then Maaike's out of control.
Agreed, but
all right, spring of 1909. I will say just one more thing to throw out there. I know it's a rough spot. It seems improbable, but Noam Brown, if he survives to 1908, tops the majority of his boards. So there's a chance it could happen with some diplomacy as well. So don't write Noam off.
Oh no, I wouldn't write him off at all. When you do who do you like, you have to pick somebody.
Yeah.
But gosh, Noam's position is perfectly fine with the right diplomacy.
All right, spring of 1909. This one goes back to you, Nicolas.
Okay, so yeah, Mikalis is taking Vienna. Italy. It seems that Justin has decided to throw his centers to Italy to some extent. So. Spain is gone. I think Portugal. I mean, it was gone, but it doesn't seem that he wants to defend Portugal either. And yeah, Noam is in trouble because Darcy is gonna, I guess, he's taking Norway in the. And I like Darcy. I mean, Darcy is really doing very, very good moves. And the only thing is, there are still 4 years left, and. Right now, you don't want to be too much of a target, so that. But yeah, I think both Italy and Russia are making exactly the right moves. And Mikalis is taking one center without anybody upsetting anybody, and without looking too dangerous. So I think that's very, very, very good of him. The only question is, can he win the race with Italy and Russia? Because. If both Italy and Russia build, where is Mikalis' growth coming from? It's not clear anymore. I don't know. It's fascinating. So Darcy took Norway, so I think the game of Noam is now kind of it's gone. And okay, so good thing Justin covers Portugal, so I think they will be still. And Mikalis gives Smyrna to Darcy. Okay, so now Darcy is going to be in the strong leader, but he will have units a bit everywhere. So we'll see how it goes. So Mikalis is really playing with both his allies, Italy and Russia, but in different. So around Munich, it seems that he's playing with Maaike, and then he gave Smyrna to Darcy. So I think he's playing both of them. We'll see if that's super smart or if he, to some extent, anger both of them. So, we'll see.
My take on it is that this is still arranged. I think the triple is still together. And we've got Mikalis just kind of working through the middle of the board, helping rearrange those centers. Everybody's looking at the amazing growth potential that Maaike has in those French centers, and they're finding a way to keep it balanced and keep it going, which is creating one of my favorite aspects of the game of diplomacy, is that you can have a strong alliance, and the longer and longer that it grows, the more and more tension grows, and you can feel it. This is like 3 people that are in a race, and they're starting to get close to like the last quarter mile of this race, and they're all kind of neck and neck, and or maybe it's like a peloton or something where they're all biking together and working together. At some point, somebody's gonna have to break away from the pack. And right now, it seems like they're still content to stick together, and it just keeps that tension growing and growing as they get closer and closer to that finish. It's very exciting.
I wonder if Maaike was expecting to get into Portugal there, and that was Justin pulling out of an arrangement. It's interesting to wonder.
Maybe.
So otherwise, you might just want to take a shot at Mid-Atlantic there.
Yeah. All right, winner of 1909. We get 2 armies from Darcy Morris right on the line with Austria. So we get some army buildup on that side of the board. See if that's significant or not. We've got Ruhr being disbanded. That does make sense to me. And the fleet in Irish also makes sense. Nicolas, anything stand out to you on this one? Oh, sorry, Nicolas, you're muted. I'll unmute you.
I don't think. I mean, she's losing one, so I think the Smyrna thing. I don't know, but she's decided to disband Ruhr. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's Darcy's game to lose right now, but yeah, he's facing very, very, very tough neighbors. So we'll see how it goes. But I think Maaike, I mean, if she managed to get I don't know, can she get somewhere in France now? That's not so clear. So the question is, yeah, is Mikalis able to take something from somewhere?
There is a large bottle of ketchup in the middle of the floor. I mean, in the middle of the board. All you got to do is take the cap off and spray it one way or the other. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 armies in that ketchup bottle waiting to spray in some direction. So we'll see which direction it goes. But that would beat the 3 armies that Russia's got. It would beat the 1 or 2 armies that Italy's got. It's just a question of when it happens. Like maybe right now. Silesia tried to go to Galicia, but also Romania. Tried to support the Italians back into Smyrna. So this is Mikalis reacting to the fact that Darcy is at 10. Now, you know what I'm going to say about Russia at 10, right? You know what I'm going to say about Russia at 10 centers? It's kind of like Austria with 8 centers. It's hard to defend when you're on both sides of the stalemate line. So we'll see if that matters. You've still got, what have you got? England still having to deal with the fact that France is doing things up there instead of defending Portugal. Now, he does try to sort of make sure that Italy doesn't slip into Paris, so he's not trying to completely die. But defending English Channel from an attack instead of worrying about Portugal was a decision. I mean, maybe it was just a guess because he couldn't have been sure whether Italy would force Mid-Atlantic or go for Portugal. But yeah, I think this is Darcy just got too big, and I think Mikalis did that on purpose so that he wouldn't be the target.
Yeah, but I think Darcy played pretty good moves. I mean, going down to Moscow, going to Armenia. I think that these are good moves. So we'll see. Maybe he'll lose something, but he will still be pretty close to the top in the last year, and I think he's in good shape because I mean, Maaike will not just give up, and it's so I don't know. I think what Noam is going to do, because I don't think Noam can win anymore. And is he going to say, okay, you know, Darcy was my ally for most of the game, and I'm not against the idea of him winning, or is he going to say, oh, he stabbed me, so I'm going to punish him? But I think he's just, you know, he moved Holland to Belgium, so Holland is free for now. Is going to be free for now. So I think the Russian center in Kiel and Berlin would be, protected for now. So I think it's a fight between Austria and Russia right now, and we'll see if Darcy manages to tactically defend.
I think that Italian fleet's moving to the Ionian so that it can go to the Aegean and help take out Smyrna. That would be my guess.
We'll see. I mean, it could easily do other items as well. It's whatever the outcome, it's giving options, which I definitely like. And when combined with the pickup of Portugal, Maaike definitely has some game to be played here as well. Fall 1910, what are we looking at?
Okay, so actually, Justin is throwing Paris to the Italians. There's no way to read that otherwise. I was wondering if Russia was going to take out Munich, which they did, and then I wondered what England would do about it. And they're going to go into Bergen and see if they can get some centers, which makes perfect sense. They're also taking the English Channel. So you're right, Nicolas. I think the ER is still working together, and if Noam cares. And he may still think he can pull something out here. I mean, you know, Noam, he's not a giver-upper very often, so he may thinks he can pull something out, get some, you know, get Brest in Paris at some point, maybe try to get into the mix at the end. But he's certainly not turning on Russia. Now in the East, I mean, it was going to be slow going, but still, you do have Galicia being forced, and you do have the Italians getting into position to take out Smyrna. So, you know, this is the Mikalis' plan. Venice holds is interesting. That's not really the tempo you'd want if you're Maaike. I guess that's just a trust and verify situation. You'd really like to be in Piedmont so that you can, you know, bounce somebody out of Marseille or something if you needed to.
I'm muted this time.
Munich,
yeah, we've got Gascony, North Atlantic getting disbanded. We've got Maaike building army and a fleet. Darcy putting down a army in Moscow. We're heading into the final stretch. Darcy Morris has definitely stepped up, taken a lead, 3-center gap between Darcy and the rest of the board. Can anyone catch Darcy Morris? Darcy playing 73 games this season, not total, this season. Maybe some of that time those reps starting to pay off. This is definitely the most impressive position that I've seen Darcy in a high stakes game to date. We'll find out whether the rest of the board can catch him. 1911, Nicolas.
So yeah, I think he's playing tactically, he's defending super well. So he's taking Constantinople. He knew that, you know, Smyrna was probably going to be lost. So I think he did the right thing. The only problem is losing Norway. So I think Noam is now maybe trying to make a move somewhere, and he thinks that he may come back if he takes enough. Maaike is taking Brest, she's taking Smyrna, so I think now she's the one who's going to be the most dangerous. I mean, she manages to get all of Justin's centers, and it seems that I mean, Mikalis is not. I don't think he can win anymore, Mikalis. I mean, there is still 2 years, but I don't really know what he can take and where he can take it. He just lost another center. Maybe he can. I don't know. I think it's a race between Maaike and Darcy, with maybe Noam trying to see if he can get enough, but I don't see how he can get.
No may be the key here to somebody not besides Darcy winning this game, is what Noam does from the next 3 moves. Yeah, it is hard to see how Mikalis can pull this out, but gosh, we've seen some weird things, so who knows? Ooh, Gascony to Spain. That's relevant. And of course you got to do that because you're not sure what's going to happen with Brest if you're the Italians. Noam does take Paris. That's not surprising given where they had put their armies. You've got AI taking Munich. That was clearly going to happen. Noam does try to take Kiel. So he's going for dots.
He's playing it.
Getting ready to lose Norway in the next move. It looks like maybe. Austrians are taking Smyrna here, which is interesting. Mikalis realizing the same thing you did, which is he can't win the war, maybe. So
Mikalis got 2 this turn. I mean, he got Munich and Smyrna.
Oh, I know. I'm saying he realized he couldn't win the war against Russia, so now he's going to work with Russia. But he's got Russian support into Smyrna, and he's moving up to maybe do something.
He took Munich from Russia, so he's really playing with everybody against everybody. That's that's what the champion is doing. That's why he's a champion.
Well, he moved away from Galicia for a reason. He thinks his options are now in the Alps, not in the Galician plains.
Yep, I completely agree. 2 years left. It's all against all. Is coming down to a scramble with this one. Still thinking advantage, Darcy Morris?
No, not anymore.
It's honestly there are several different ways this could play out, which is great. That's what you want in a game in the last year of a timed game. You do want there to be lots of different things happening. I mean, it's hard for Russia to defend everything. I know I'm a broken record about this, but it is just difficult the way the board is designed for Russia to be able to defend easily on both sides of the stalemate line. It's just a difficult assignment. That's why I said earlier it was really up to Noam. If Noam didn't mess with Russia, then Darcy would be fine. But Noam did mess with Russia, and so we'll see how it goes.
And if Noam continues messing with Russia, Noam is not out of this still.
No. I mean, that's why he's messing with Russia. It's not just because it's because he's trying to be pro-Noam, not anti-Darcy.
All right, take a look at those adjustments. This could be significant as we move into.
Thank you, Noam, for building no armies. Thank you for doing that in the last turn of the game. Thank you for doing that.
And that's still 2 years. 2 years, so still.
I mean, you're right. I'm sorry, you're right. There's 1913. Yep. Sorry.
Yep. End of 13.
Looking at the wrong year. Yeah.
Yep. And just again, because it's so tight, let's take a look at our tiebreakers. Looks like on this board, Mikalis is the highest remaining player with the tiebreaker at 3. The others being eliminated. So Maaike and Darcy will both need to have more centers than Mikalis. And let's see. Maaike has 4 and Darcy has 6. So Darcy will need more than both Maaike and Darcy, and Noam needs more than all of them.
Mikalis was pointing out Darcy's disbands being problematic. What did Darcy disband now that I've forgotten what I saw earlier?
Berlin.
Oh, Berlin. Yeah, okay.
I think it's very good for Noam.
Mm-hmm.
Berlin and Ruhr. Yeah. That is not good for Mikalis. Yeah, that's a good. Mikalis is making a good point about his chances. But we'll see what happens. All right. So is this you, Nicolas? Is it
this one?
Yeah. So we see that Noam is taking Brest, is taking Kiel, but is losing Norway, but maybe he can take it back. And Darcy is taking Romania, so it's not good for Mikalis, but Mikalis takes Berlin. And Maaike is going to try to get Spain, but given that she lost Brest, I don't think she will have enough to win. I think now it's between Noam, Darcy, and Mikalis. And but Darcy has lost a lot. He has lost Kiel. He has lost. I don't know. He's still in it. He's still in it because he took Norway, and I think he has given up on Kiel and Berlin, which was maybe the right thing to do. And now he's going to say, okay, I'm going to try to keep what I have where I can defend my centers, and he's staying put. So the problem is I think destroying Romania is pretty good because it means that Warsaw will be defended by Ukraine. I think he's going to. I don't know. I mean, super complicated tactically, and I think Darcy is holding his own. It's difficult because he has to make very good moves every single turn, and but I think Noam is the one with maybe the best position right now. The only question is will he have enough to. Because Ruhr can defend Kiel, and so Norway is going to fall because otherwise Sweden or Norway is going to fall. So it's going to be +3 for Noam this year. So I think Noam is really finishing very, very, very well.
Oh yeah, that's true. Now I will say this: is we're not quite into the world of Thomas Hobbes yet with the war of all against all, because Italy is defending Smyrna in that scenario. And they may still end up coming to blows, but right now they've moved away from each other, largely, not entirely, but largely moved away from each other. And Italians kept that unit for the Austrians.
Yeah, I'm glad you saw that, David. I was going to point that out if no one else had mentioned it. I don't think that's insignificant. Of course, it could change. This is not the final turn year yet. And I would imagine Maaike sees a path to victory. She's going to try and take it, and good on her if she does. But right now, that's a signal that Italy and Austria at least have a chance of working together, and that's more than I think others on the board can say. So it could come down to that. So we move into fall of 1912. Nicolas, this one's you.
It's taking Sweden. Noam is taking Sweden. Brest stays there. He managed to bounce in Burgundy. So I think Noam is playing perfectly tactically. Now he's in Mao, which means that I think he's never going to lose anything to Italy to the end of the game. And then Darcy is surprising me tactically. I mean, I think it was he could do that, but he's taking Bulgaria. He's losing Warsaw, but he's keeping Romania and taking. So Darcy is really holding his own against Mikalis tactically.
And didn't need to lose Warsaw. That's an unforced error. I think he was trying to be too cute there.
Yeah, that was a mistake. But he did very well, and like Con, Ankara, and Romania, etc. But he made a mistake on Warsaw, because if he had kept Warsaw, that. But I think right now it's just Noam.
It's just advantage Noam all over the place. It's totally
because I think Norway is going to fall, and why only +2? So it would be +3 for Noam.
Wow. It would be another comeback.
Norway lost.
I don't think we thought Noam was in the best position to take this. This would be another comeback if he's able to pull it out in 1913.
Yeah.
All right, winner of 1912, we're entering into our final turn. Noam Brown just took the lead with a 10 center top as England following close behind. We've got Mikalis Kamaritis at 9 and Darcy Morris at 8. Mikalis having the tiebreaker. Noam needing to be larger than everyone else, so cannot go down. This is coming down to the wire once again. Winner of 1912. Here's our adjustments.
Yeah, the Warsaw mistake is really costing Darcy, and even Noam now is not. I think Mikalis. I mean, if Mikalis doesn't take Warsaw, he's out of it, and now he's back in it. So yeah, that's high pressure situations, and mistakes can be made. So.
The army in Galicia could tap Silesia and allow Noam some play on Berlin or Munich, perhaps. It's if Darcy's feeling spiteful. I imagine they'll probably just try and take their own centers back. This is coming down to it. Can't wait. Spring 1913. David, take it away.
All right, Norway does fall as expected. What is happening here? Okay, so the Italians have kicked him out of the Mid-Atlantic, which doesn't do a whole lot of good in the last year of the game. The retreat to North Africa just doesn't matter. They're going to bounce in Tunis. Can Noam take anything here? It doesn't look like it over there, besides Norway, I mean. No. I doubt it. Very unlikely. It's interesting that Marseille does not move to Burgundy. That is interesting. I guess that could have been interesting to have another army in there. Gosh, Russia takes Serbia while Budapest, Romania, while Galicia to Budapest, while Vienna to Galicia. That's probably all bad for Mikalis. It looks to me like that's getting some guesses right if you're the Russians. Now, what are the Italians in Bohemia, Tyrolia, and Aegean truly going to do here in the fall tournament? I think that's a good question.
Yeah, all about Maaike helps.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was thinking.
Fall 1913. This will be our final turn.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I think Darcy has done some good guessing here to make the right guess on Smyrna, for example, to go to take Greece. I mean, everything the Austrians have taken back, the Russians have also taken something, right? Again, I'm terrible at the math. I'm just going to have to see the numbers. I mean, I would have to see the final position, but this does not look good for Mikalis Kamaritis to me. Well, I guess that's wrong. He's also got Bulgaria, Romania. See, this is why it's tough for me to do all this with it. 1, 2, 3. So Austria has taken 3 Russian centers, but Russia has taken 1, 2, 3 Austrian centers. That's what I thought. So that is basically tied. Noam going up to 11 from Norway, right? They haven't lost anything. So this is Noam Brown.
Yes, it is. Noam Brown is the Game 3 winner, will advance to the championship game. World champion coming in, proving that was not an accident, not just something that could be won in a pool format, but that Noam Brown can win the top board, advance into the Super 7. As we said in those statistics, when Noam Brown is alive in 1908, he tops. And once again, he did it again. We now have our third of our 4 slots that we're going to see tonight. So we've got, let's see, we've got Robert Hillier, we've got Wes Ketchum, and we've got Noam Brown as our top 3 so far. Nicolas, I'm going to go to you for this one. How did Noam do it?
I think he just played very well strategically, because he basically said, you know, if he killed Germany, and then he had this very strong alliance with Russia, and then he moved against France, and he was super patient. He said, you know, at the end of the game, France will be dead, and I will get most of these centers. And then he managed to stab Russia for a couple of centers too. And I think, yeah, he was in control. He had a plan. And he didn't change direction. That I think in some other games we saw players change direction a bit too quickly. He just said, if Germany is dead and France is dead, England will be winning this game, and this is what happened. And I think he also, it was a tough fight, and I think, I was really impressed with Darcy in this game. Tactically, he's in Russia. He's fighting the defending champion, who is one of the best order writers in the business. And Darcy held his own, and at the end of the game, every center he was losing to Mikalis, he was gaining another one, and I think that was super impressive. And I think Darcy doesn't play that well tactically. I think maybe Noam doesn't win because Mikalis gets just enough to tie and maybe with the tie break. So yeah, excellent play by Noam, excellent play by Mikalis, excellent play by Darcy, and really, very, very good game. I really enjoyed it.
All right, well, David, we're gonna give you the break unless you want to hang out for the last one.
No, I'll just go and watch you guys do this. It was a pleasure to be on the broadcast as always. And what great diplomacy games we were able to watch tonight. These comebacks have been awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. That's 3 fantastic games. Thank you, David, for everything. See you soon. And with that, Noam Brown, world champion, adds another line to his resume. And we're going to head for game 4. Got my coffee poured, ready to go. Final board that we're going to watch tonight has no former champion, but it will feature Ed Sullivan, who has played 147 games, has qualified for every single DBN Invitational, declining 1, but playing in all the others. 0 titles for Ed, though. So Ed is hungry, and he is playing extremely well this season. But he's going up head-to-head against Nicolas Taillet, statistically the single most dangerous player by both cap and centers above average player and top share. And they are kind of coming in as a dark horse, has taken a little bit of time off, hasn't played any of the bigger events, qualifying in at the 7 Years War, which was the largest virtual league this year. Just really, really great European league. Check it out on League Night. We just posted that broadcast, top board, very impressive. But because of that, Nicolas may not be known to as many of these players. So we're going to have a couple of really exciting players on this board to watch and keep your eye on. Let's get to our Paris method. Before we do that, let's take a look at our board and our players. And this game is named after Leif Bergman. Leif is the top Swedish diplomat of all time, who's ranked 16 overall internationally. Leif played not only in Sweden, but all over the European circuit, winning the 2000 European Diplomacy Championship after notching 9 wins in Swedish tournaments, including 2 national championships. He just missed winning the 1996 World DipCon in Columbus, Ohio, finishing second to Pitt Crandallmere. But during that event, Leif was very successful in encouraging many North American players to attend the 1997 World DipCon that he organized and ran back in Sweden. Of the 37 tournaments Leif entered in his 20-year diplomacy career, he finished in the top 3 18 times, which is quite a feat. So on this board, we've got Ed Sullivan, Nicolas Taillet, aforementioned. The other big name on this board, Bradley Grace. Bradley coming off the Virtual Diplomacy League win. I believe 2 times we've had our Virtual Diplomacy League champion move on to win the DBNI, Brandan Vogel and Mikalis Kamaritis. Will Bradley Grace have that same success this season? That's another storyline to watch for this board. Let's take a look at the Paris method for our final game, Group 4.
All right. Welcome everyone to round 3, board 2. Oh, round 2, board 2. So sorry. And we are now ready to select our order, but let's start with first to my left, I guess, is Ed. Ed from Texas. All right. And then right after Ed, we have Bradley Grace from England. And then we have, right after him is Brandan from Canberra. And then right after that, we have Jason Gray from Australia. And then after that, we have Emily from Germany.
Actually, it's the Netherlands, but...
Netherlands. Sorry. Sorry.
That's okay. It was in the DBNI broadcast as well.
The Germans think it's German.
Right after that, we have Nicolas from France.
Indeed.
And then right after that, we have Patrick from the Bay Area.
Hello, please swap me with Jason.
Anyway, are you guys ready to select your order?
Yep.
All right. Okay. Obviously, Jason, you start from the bottom. I'm so
I'd
sorry.
like to pick first.
You can be first.
Thank
All
you.
right, Emily, where would you like to go?
I'd like to go above.
Okay.
Boo.
Nikolai, where would you like to go?
I'd like to pick first, please.
All right. Patrick, where would you like to go?
I want to go first.
All right. Brandon, where would you like to go?
I'd like to go first.
Okay. Bradley, where would you like to go?
Could I go between Patrick and Nicola, please?
You can go there. And then Ed, where would you like to go?
Should I do the Jamal? Should I pull out a die? I'm going to do an electronic die, 1 to 6. What am I going to do? No, fuck it. I'll go first.
All right.
We're on the broadcast now, Ed. Come on.
Sorry.
We can't censor you. The children. Anyway. All right. Ed, what country would you like to be?
Oh, I'm so conflicted. France.
All right. Brandon, what country would you like?
I'll be Italy.
All right. Patrick, what country would you like?
England.
All right. Bradley, which country would you like?
Oof. Give me Austria.
Okay. Nikolai, what country would you like?
I'll take Russia.
Okay. Emily, what country would you like?
Oof. I think I'll go with Germany.
All right. And Jason, what country would you like?
Turkey, please.
Okay. All right. Now, are you guys ready? Are you guys happy? Other non-happy feelings?
I mean,
Right.
before this board, I was last, or before the sub-in, I was last, so I was really expecting to be resigned to Austria.
Austria's a high pick. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys at the board.
Good luck,
Thanks,
everyone.
Abby.
No problem.
One important call out here. We've got Jason Gray coming in as an alternate, filling in for Simone Wessendrip, who had to step out due to illness. So wishing Simone the best. Hope they recover, and always appreciate our alternates stepping in. Jason, thanks for being available. He was the player that got us to exactly 50% of the players being Australian. All right, that was a fun Paris method. Went pretty typical. A couple things of note. What stood out to you guys about this selection?
I feel like Ed is in his element just from watching that. You know, he hit all the marks. He's got the biggest pipe I've ever seen him smoking, which usually correlates with his confidence. He managed to take a pot shot at someone who wasn't even in the game with the Jamal die roll. You know, Ed's game is all charisma, so I like to see that in the Paris method. He's already warmed up. He's already ready to work the room. I'm looking for big things out of him.
Yeah, I think Nicolas must be pretty happy to get Russia at 5. I think he just won the 7 years war with Russia on the top board, and so I think he is pretty happy with that. I think Ed is pretty happy with what he got here with France. He can play it slow, he can play it fast, and I think he believes in his chances. I think he's confident now that this board, nobody is stronger than him. I mean, there are other very strong players, but I don't think he has any kind of feeling that somebody is better than him on this board. And I think he plays well when he has this confidence. I think Bradley Grace in Austria, I think it's a bold choice. I think if he can make things work, he's a very, very dangerous player. I really enjoy seeing Bradley play the game. I think he's really good. And then I think the others, they have to prove us that they have a chance. And we have seen lots of surprises in the other games. So let's hope we have another entertaining game and that we'll have fun.
Brandon Austin won the Broadcaster Brawl, so definitely has some experience in top board format. Emily Kramer coming in as a true rookie, 12 games played in DBN games. So welcome to Emily. Wishing you success. Always glad to have the rookies on board. And then we've also got Jason Gray, who is in the Super 7 last year. Absolutely not the kind of player that you want to come in as an alternate and take one of those low seeds. Not that Simone was any slouch either, but bringing in somebody with Super 7 experience is probably not what the rest of the board wanted. And Ed Sullivan, the most tenured on this board with 2 Super 7 appearances. So great board. Looking forward to it. Zach, I'm going to give you first go on this one. Takes away our final game, game 4 of the first chance stage, spring 1901.
In the West, supporting Harrison de Burgundy, something that had a long stretch of popularity for France a few years back and hasn't been as big lately, but here it is, guaranteeing that spot. Everybody else doing pretty normal stuff out there. The East shows Turkey going to Black Bull in Armenia, bouncing with Sev. No doubt that part of it was arranged, but Jason Gray coming in off the streets and does not want to sit around and get stuck as Turkey. He wants to have some say over what happens in Fall 01, and the way to do that is to move Smyrna to Armenia. 1902. Aggressive from EF right off the bat. France is going to go into Ruhr. England is going to forsake the free Belgium, instead deciding to knock Germany out of Holland. This is an EF in Patrick and Ed Sullivan who decided we're going to lock in right away. We don't want anything to do with Emily Kramer. Unlucky game 13 for her. Welcome to DBNI. But wisely, Emily Kramer has found herself a friend by letting Russia into Sweden, which is what you need to do if you're going to get blitzed by EF right off the bat. And speaking of a blitz, how about Venice into Trieste? And yeah, I'll go to Tunis, or maybe I'll convoy into Greece and block you out of there while I'm at it. The knives are flying. Turkey's in black. I think everyone lied to everyone. I think Russia's the only one that didn't tell a lie this term. And look how that worked for
them. Yeah, much faster start than the other game. I mean, here EF have already decided to work together, and Austria and Turkey are working together, but Italy He's already a mess out of Austrian position. I don't know. It's kind of fun.
Wow. No build Austria.
It's kind of fun for everyone except Bradley Grace. Nicolas, Spring of 02.
Okay, so it seems that Brandan and Bradley kind of found some kind of common grounds, because Trieste is moving away, and Greece, Austria is getting Greece, and Italy is going after Turkey. So I guess Turkey maybe was already too big. But I think it's pretty good for Nicolas Taillet, who has managed now to be in Galicia. It seems that Turkey is on the back foot, and in the north he managed to support England to Skagerrak. So I think it's pretty good news for Nicolas that after a rough start in 1901, and then the EF keeps going. Then Ed is retreating to Belgium. Pretty good for him. Patrick is in Holland. Patrick is in SCA. So I think it's going to be a strong EF. We'll see what happens with is it England, France, and Russia all together or not? And Ed, he's not making a move against Italy yet. He's parking his fleets in Spain and Portugal, so that's pretty good. Very good start for EF, and we'll see what happens in the West. I think Bradley must have convinced everybody that if it's an EF, they need to keep Turkey, otherwise nobody can win in the East. And so that's Nicolas Taillet is getting Romania, convoy to Syria. There is a bounce in Vienna, so I don't know if it was agreed or if it was. And Greece gets destroyed by Turkey. So I don't know. I think Brandan is playing very, very cagey. He's trying to attack Turkey, but he's really trying to get the upper end in the relationship against Austria. So Austria maybe thought that he was doing better, but right now he has lost Greece and he's staying at 3. So this is not great for Austria.
Wow. All that chaos in the East ends up turning into like a 1998 Lepanto here, and Apulia ends up in Syria, Syria. I thought we were going to get AI versus RT, but Taillet has decided he is in on the air, and we're going to see potentially a quick jump to the line here.
Yeah, but what cracks me up about this is I believe it was Brandon Austin who was asking, what is a Lepanto, on one of our broadcasts. So to see him pull it off on the DBNI must make Eddie Brisson proud. Somebody watching, go wake Eddie up and have him check this out, see his handiwork at play. Winner of 1902, take a quick look at those adjustments, think about what they mean, and then we're going back to Zachary Moore for 03.
As soon as I saw that fleet in Marseille, I knew we were getting 3 holds from Ed. He's going to do this all day. He's everyone's best friend. And by the way, he's in Munich and Belgium and Burgundy. England, Patrick Jacobson also moving fast tempo. Getting into Helgoland, you don't want to see Holland get popped, and you kind of didn't need to cut keel. Would have rather Belgium just support hold Holland. That's going to cost them some tempo, but still surrounding Emily Kramer's Germany here. That's recoverable. In the East, it's looking less and less like an AIR and more like an RT after the dust settles. And in fact, Italy is going to come into Aegean to surround Greece. We have Bulgaria supporting Rum into Serbia. Maybe that was the plan the whole time. Moscow holding, so clearly Nicolas Taillet keeping his options open in terms of maybe being able to pivot to the north. Not going to leave St. Petersburg completely exposed, but for having an army in Syria, this is all of a sudden not a very potent attack here from Italy. So whoever taught him the Lepanto, needed to spend a little more time, or in reality, it's just what happens when you lose Russia in that arrangement. And in the fall, Ed is going to dip his toes into the Gulf of Lion, hold the other two fleets, maybe just in case Italy needs some help the way this thing is going. Patrick Jacobson's England is able to replace replace his piffed army with another one and destroys Germany's last fleet in the process. Germany just about out of life here. As Ed supports the Danish fleet into Kiel as well. Just a quick takedown in the west. And not much better luck for Austria in the east. Nicolas Taillet is going to, fresh out of retirement, he's going to get from Galicia into Budapest. He's going to park the fleet from Seven to Rum. He's going to hold on to Serbia. Jason Gray stabilized, happy to be the junior partner for now. Interesting to see what Brandon Austin has planned for the Italian army in Armenia. That could be annoying. But if you're losing Trieste and you've got no line, there's only so much that army in Armenia is going to do for you. So we're really quickly down here to potentially only 4 people vying for the spot.
Yeah, I think Italy has kind of destabilized a bit too much the East by attacking Austria. I mean, and without having a clear plan, it's just he gave Russia and Turkey everything they needed to get together, which is not easy in most games for Russia and Turkey to. But here with Italy kind of being too aggressive with Austria, he just gave Russia and Turkey exactly what they needed to get together. So now it's going to be EF versus RT, I think. And to me, it's so good for France, this kind of alliance. Unless England decide that, yes, he will attack France immediately. If EF continues, I think it's really, really good for France, because Russia-Turkey means that Russia is going to be strong. And so... We'll see. I think the builds are going to be very important, and like Patrick and Nicolas, unless they manage to really keep their alliance going, but otherwise, I think France is going to be in a good situation.
So this is an interesting spot for adjustments here. We'll go ahead and take a little bit of time, talk through the strategy and why our players might choose what to build here. Zach, I'm going to go to you first, and we'll start with Taillet. What are you building if you're Russia in this position?
Wow, I think I'm going to put down 2 armies. I mean, it's tempting to go and try to get a fleet up north. I could see a case for St. Petersburg South Coast, but I just think the way it's shaping up there, what's 2 fleets going to do against England's 4? You have to win up there diplomatically. So bulk up on the armies. They give you more flexibility. Plug the hole that Armenia has left, and wait for the situation to change diplomatically. That's what I do if I'm Taillet. Temptation to go South Coast, but I just don't think it's time yet.
Yeah, I agree. I think if he starts a war with England by building a fleet in the north, the risk is that that it gives France way too much space, and France already has a very good position. So France should be able to get Tunis very quickly, maybe the other Italian centers. So I would avoid a war between Russia and England at all costs, but we'll see what happens.
And Nicolas, if you're Ed, are you putting an army Marseille, do you think?
I would put it in Paris because if England decides that he wants to go after Ed, you need to have Max.
That makes sense. And then for Patrick, Patrick kind of has a choice where with their adjustments here, not asking what you think Patrick's going to do. What do you do in this situation, Nicolas?
Frankly, I think I go after France.
Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London.
Yeah, I think that would be my choice, but I don't know. It's really depending on how his relationship with Russia, his relationship with France, how he sees it. But I think in the long run, that's where if you go after Russia, I think you're giving too much power to France. France can go against Italy without pressure from England. I mean, he's going to get all Italy basically. So.
Well, with our players and the talent they have, there's probably no wrong options here. Let's find out what they do, and then Nicolas, I will throw it to you to look at our fall moves, or I'm sorry, our 1904 moves.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so France is going after the Italian centers, and I think it's gonna be a bloodbath here. And you see, Bradley is really mad at Italy, and he doesn't really care anymore. So, and Nicolas Taillet is getting a lot of centers. So, and yes, they keep working together. I mean, Ed is a little bit careful. He goes back to Mao because the build was maybe a bit dangerous, but it's okay. I think they are still working together. The move to Tuscany the convoy to Tuscany is very good. We'll see how it goes. I think the fact that Italy is kind of in a pretty bad position. It's really good for France. So, yeah, I think for now we'll see what Turkey is doing. For now, it's not doing that much, but it's okay. It can do it a bit slow. But if he doesn't do much, then Nicolas Taillet is right now he's supposed to get Vienna and Trieste. So maybe Turkey is gonna get Serbia in exchange, but it's not clear. And that's. The only thing is, yes, I think Nicolas is going to lose Sweden, so maybe it's just a question of Nicolas doesn't want to go to the north, and he's going to tell Patrick, okay, you can have Sweden, but you need to go after France, otherwise the game is France is good. So yeah, I think it's France. England and Russia, and then Turkey is in its corner, and maybe you can just take it slowly, and then with Turkey you never know, he's never out. But yeah, there are three big guys, and then Turkey.
Yeah, Jason hoping to be the Noam Brown on this board, sitting in the corner, coming back and taking it at the end. And then we've got a race between the others. I don't know what to make of the buildup between France and England. Not sure if this is a sign of future hostility or if they're just playing cagey and conservative. Either way, it's not the absolute fastest they could go. What are we seeing in 1904, Nicolas?
Yeah, so as expected, Nicolas is taking Vienna, Turkey is taking Serbia. What surprises me a little bit, I think it seemed that England and France have started fighting. So Patrick has understood that France was going to be too strong. And so Ed is losing Belgium and Munich. So that's pretty bad for him. Why didn't he support Belgium? I don't understand this. I don't know. Yeah, decided to go after Ed. I think that's what I would have advised, and we'll see what happens. I'm a bit surprised that France helped Italy retake Venice. So maybe just to get on the Italy's good side, and but yeah, I think Ed kind of was a little bit too trustful of England, I think. So now it seems England and Russia are working together, and they want to run this board. I really like Russia's position because now Ed is going to be mad, and Russia has he has all the power he wants. It could be one of these games where it's over. We don't have to wait until 1913.
It's a credit to Patrick Jacobson in England. I didn't see an opportunity for him to stab Ed anytime in the near future, and he just kind of plucked one out of nowhere there through his own diplomacy and getting Ed to do what he needed him to do. So that was really clever negotiation and the right timing, I believe, because there was not going to be a better shot than the one he just took.
Also for Emily Kramer, like getting to Munich is like, if you're a one center power, that's the place that you probably want to be with an army, and finding a way to stay engaged in the game and be meaningful. I think it's going to be really unlikely we see another German come back from this position, but just shout out to Emily. Good job. It's been a rough start, but always love to see somebody that's not just throwing up their hands and is finding a way to stay engaged in the game. So Patrick putting down Fleet and Army, Fleet Liverpool. So we'll be continuing momentum against Ed, or at least that's what the units look like. Brandan putting down a fleet in Naples and a fleet in Smyrna. So fleet buildup in the Mediterranean. Nicolas Taillet playing it cool and calm with that army build in Moscow. Spring of 1905. Zachary Moore, back to you.
And a complete reversal from Patrick Simonson. Look at those arrows going east. Barents, Norwegian North, convoy to Norway. He's in Baltic. Ed and Patrick have made up and made up quickly. Ed's so confident in the negotiation, he didn't even move Western Met out. This is it's a disaster for, I mean, not a disaster, but Nicolas Taillet looked like he was in a really powerful ER a second ago, and now he's got to grind again in the north just when he was getting ready to bust out. He's got Vienna into Tyrolia, Budapest, Vienna, Ukraine, Gal, Wardasil. He was about to put his foot on everybody's neck, and now he's got problems in the north. Meanwhile, Jason Gray, probably an arranged bounce there in black, but he's going to get his fleet out into Aegean and Ionian. Strong position there. Clearly RT is locked in. So it looks like we're back to what we had, which is EF versus RT.
I'm not sure. I mean, look, Ed took Belgium and he supported Emily into Kiel. So I think Ed is into full revenge mode. So I think Patrick maybe thought that he had Ed convinced, and but I think Ed is just saying no. Patrick Jacobson is not going to win this game. And if it's Nicolas Taillet, it's Nicolas Taillet. I don't care. That's my impression.
No, you're right. That does not look very friendly from Ed. And, well, then again, Patrick doesn't seem upset about it, right? Maybe it was agreed because and it might have been just to prevent the German army from getting piffed that they agreed to put it back, and now they're going to put it back in Munich. Because you'd see that the German army's going back to Munich, Holland's spilling back into Kiel, Denmark's going to get Sweden. So everything's kind of made up where it looks like that was agreed in the spring turn. And what it looks like, well, fine then. It wasn't agreed. It wasn't agreed. It was agreed, but it wasn't agreed. So it's two alliances marching forward and getting ready to kind of match each other on the middle of the board. I don't see. I mean, Nicolas, who do you think has the the edge here looks fairly even to me.
Because he's losing Belgium but getting Sweden. Nicolas is doing -1. But at the same time, I think, Sweden and St. Petersburg were the two centers that I think Nicolas in the long run cannot keep because they are not on the right side of the line. So it's not a disaster for him. The only problem is, where is he growing now? This is a bit less clear. I think if he keeps working with Turkey, they should be able to dismantle Italy slowly but surely. And the big question is, Ed, what does he want? What does he think is his interest here? Because Patrick stabbed him, and now I think Ed realizes that he needs Patrick to keep Nicolas Taillet from just winning the game. But he will ask for stuff. He says, okay, if you get to St. Petersburg, I need to get into Holland, or maybe he'll get Munich back. I don't know, but I think Ed is not going to just accept that Patrick stabbed him and now he's in dominant position. And he's going to tell Patrick, okay, if you want to get back together, we need to be equal partners. At least that's what I would ask.
Yeah, I agree.
On my notes, I've got Patrick Jacobson as the wild card on this board, the player that I could not quite figure out and had the most likelihood of shifting things up. So I'm looking at Patrick as kind of the pivot point between Nicolas and Ed right now. And I mean, the East, Jason Gray has still got a chance as well. Lots of game to be played here, but I feel like Patrick is the one who's going to be deciding at least the next couple of years. I do want to give him a shout out for coming up to an agreement where, hey, we didn't agree on that spring, but then two players are like, hey, we've got a big threat in Nicolas Taillet. We are better off working together from this position. Came to agreement. Will it last is the question. Our adjustments don't answer that directly, at least, but at least we don't see open hostilities. There's that army in Marseille that I was asking for last year. Spring of 06. Nicolas, throw it back to you.
Very smart play by Nicolas Taillet to convoy Finland to Livonia, because in Finland there was nothing to be done there. I think Turkey is not making as much progress as I would have liked. I think maybe he could have gone to Adriatic or something like that, or but for now it's okay. Let's see, Marseille to Piedmont. It's an interesting move. We'll see how it goes. I think the thing is, England is getting St. Petersburg, So the question is he giving something to Ed or not? If he doesn't give something to Ed, then I think Ed is not going to be happy about it. And the problem is, I think Russia and Turkey, they kind of stalled their progress a little bit. As I said, I was hoping that Turkey would be making a move because if they are not making progress, then at some point somebody will want to take the dots of their allies. So I think for Nicolas, it's important that Turkey keeps moving and gets targets in Italy, because if it doesn't happen at some point, Smyrna is going to go to Armenia or something like this, and Con could go to Black. So I really don't like the fact, from Nicolas' perspective, that Turkey is not making progress to try to kill Italy.
You don't want to see that hanging back, and we've seen already plenty of times today what an 8 center Russia can do.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got the flying spaghetti monster around Munich. Got all the different tendrils coming out. Everybody's loving Emily being in Munich right now. It's fall of 1906. Nicolas.
Okay, so France is moving against England. Is taking Holland. That might have been no, because he's supporting Russia into Munich, and so yeah. So Patrick is taking St. Petersburg, but it seems that he has lost Holland and Berlin, and he doesn't have any friends anymore. And Turkey is finally moving to Adriatic, so I guess that would be, the way that France, Turkey, and Russia are going to try to carve up Italy. I think the three of them have to gain by just killing Italy, and yeah, I think everybody has understood that if they were not doing something against England, England was close to be getting a position that would be just unstoppable. This is, once you have St. Petersburg with England, you can basically, with very, very few units, you can hold a line and then just go after France, and the game is strategically won for England. I think they just realized that, and they are giving Patrick problems just at the right time. I think if they didn't do this right now, I think Patrick would have been in a position where it would be very, very difficult to keep back. So yeah, good play by Ed. Strategically, he keeps the game being interesting, and I think he believes that Turkey is someone that can control Russia if Russia is getting big. While I think there was nobody to control England if France was not moving against England. So.
Winner of 1906, we've got 2 powers tied for with 8 centers between Taillet's Russia and Jacobson's England. We've got Ed Sullivan gaining 1 to move into 7, and that. I'm not seeing who lost. Was it Patrick? Is that where that? Yes, it was Patrick. Is where that came from. So Ed will be putting down 1 army Brest. What are we thinking here?
I need another fleet if you're really going to go north against England here. I'm thinking Fleet Brest.
Or Fleet Marseille. What do I know? So we'll pause here, take a look at these positions, and we will play Who Do You Like? Zach, just real quick.
I love Jason Gray's position. Love him out of the box with everyone else tangled up in the north.
And Nicolas?
Hard to say. I don't know. I kind of like France. I mean, I'm a bit biased because I like playing France, and I think he has a lot already. So I mean, there'll be and England has its units in the wrong places, and I don't know. I mean, I think I like France here, but I think England, France, Russia, Turkey, they all have very, very good positions, and it's going to be more who plays it the best than anything else.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching that fleet in Marseille. Is Ed going to be able to work with Brandan in Italy to push back Jason? Or is that, or are Brandan and Jason going to work together and just bottle Ed up? Brandan will be another pivot point on that side of the board. Spring of 07, Zachary Moore.
Well, just when you think Ed is committed one way, he goes the other way, and that fleet is going down with all his other fleets into the Western Med. as it looks like E and F have presumably more or less made up, because Belgium is going to Ruhr, Irish goes back to Wales, that Russian fleet gets pushed out of Baltic, and it kind of looks like the two realized they just had more to gain working together than going against each other here. Meanwhile, in the East, Russia, Turkey, a lot less drama for the time being. Ed is helping Italy recoup some of that position. Venice is able to get forward into Trieste. Actually, that's a Turkish support?
Turkey stabbed Russia, right?
Stab.
Right. Yeah.
So that's a gift.
To Trieste. So.
Convoy up to Balsa. That's actually a major change in the game. Then devastating for Taillet if this holds. Because Turkey has not a dominant position. I'm not sure I like that from Jason Gray here.
No, I don't like it.
I think Ed and England gain way quicker off this than Jason does. Maybe he thought Galicia was going to go forward to Bohemia, and then he'd have a lot more to gain. But the way it's looking, he might not even get one for himself. And he doesn't. It's going to be a switch. It's going to be Jason Gray, Turkey into Romania, but Russia fills into Serbia to make that just a one-for-one trade. And all the while, England gains position in a way that's not necessarily helpful to Ed. I don't know if the North Sea goes to Helgoland. Is there anything you're doing there other than getting ready to push back against Ed? I'm not sure how much France is going to like that move up in the north. Hard to know what to make of this. What's your read on that, Nicolas?
I don't know. I mean, basically, they've decided that they want to eliminate Russia from the race by, Let me see what's happening. Because who's getting into Berlin? Is it Russia who's getting into Berlin?
Russia's in Berlin, yeah.
Yeah. But France took Munich, and Turkey is really pushing the stab on Russia. So I think Russia is really in trouble, and I don't know. Yeah, France and England are kind of back together, but now I think England is back to getting a very, very good. But I mean, England and France, they have 16 centers. There's still Berlin, but Russia will not be able to keep Berlin. So I think France and England will have 17 centers very soon, and then they keep pushing. And France is in Tyrolia, France is in Munich. So it seems that at least Turkey and Italy are kind of holding the stalemate line in the Med, but I don't know. I mean, I think Turkey maybe it's the right move. I mean, it's just going to say, okay, France and England they will stay at 9-8 or 8-9, and I'm gonna get most of the East. I think this is his calculation. The question is, what is Nicolas going to do? Is he going to react saying, Turkey, you're not winning this game. I'll let France and England get into Warsaw and Moscow before you, and then when they control 20 centers, Turkey is not going to win the game. Yeah, I think Turkey's stab. I don't really like it. If you count, I don't see how Turkey is going to win this game. Not understand.
Well, we say farewell to Emily, and just some shout outs from the players. Props for making it to 07. It was a wonderful sport. Did a great job keeping yourself relevant. Welcome to the DBNI, Emily. Well played. Right now, we are now at a tied top for Patrick and Ed, the West, and I agree with Michael Saxon here. Race to the top, EF style. I think that unit in Tyrolia, that French unit in Tyrolia, Australia is the one that really draws my attention. That can be the difference in keeping things moving forward, but there's no army to back it up. So will that unit stay there is going to be what I'm watching for. Puts a fleet in Brest. We get a disband from Russia in Berlin, knowing they will not be able to hold it. Brandan kind of quietly putting down another unit. Army in Rome will help with that defense and slow things down a little bit, perhaps. Spring of 1908. Nicolas, going to you.
Let's see. Wow. Ed is in the North Sea, so he's going full. Yeah, I think he has realized, that if they continue EF, he has all the power in this relation. So he's going full attack mode against Patrick. So that's very, very, very smart. And it seems that Russia is just trying to solidify his position, putting his units close to one another to just say, okay, I'm gonna get pushed back. It's small, but at least I have a position where all my units are working together. I have nothing to lose, and I think that's very, very, very good play by Nicolas. He's saying, okay, I've been pushed back, but I don't want to die. The only way to die is to get back to 5 or 6 units, but at least I have 5 or 6 centers where everything is close together. I can defend them, and then wait my time and see if I can grow again at some point in the game. And he's doing it very well because he retake Bulgaria and Romania. He's losing, he's going to lose Serbia, Trieste, and Berlin, so he's going to lose 1. But at least what he keeps, it's everything is under control, and I think he will be able to defend what he has. And then see if things can change and he can make another push before the end of the game. I mean, it's still 5 years, and it seems that France and England are fighting, so maybe he can get back a few things for the end of the game. And in fact, he does, because Italy is already helping him retake the Turkish center in Serbia. So it seems that Nicolas has already found a new friend, which is great. So, he got stabbed, and now he went to Italy and he said, okay, let's punish Turkey, and I put you, let's work together. So, and Ed is just devastating convoy to Eddie. So that's just I don't understand why you don't you had to the move to north was devastating, and now making the convoy work, it's even more devastating. I think Patrick has he's doing what he can. He took Berlin. He's losing Eddie, and he's playing back in defense. But I think now Ed Sullivan really has the advantage. But the bad news for Ed is that Russia is back in the game with a new friend, and if they manage to attack Turkey efficiently, then a lot of dots to be taken. So super exciting.
Remember 2 years ago when Jason had no enemies and every unit was in the north, and things changed quickly. It's about the opposite situation in just a couple turns.
France is ascendant, taking a lone top right now at 9 centers over former ally Patrick Jacobson, now rival at 8 centers, and Nicolas Taillet looking pretty rough a couple turns ago, still down on the center count, but more stable position like Nicolas was saying. So we will do another round of who do you like, and Nicolas, go to you first. Who's your pick right now?
It's hard not to like France's position here. I think he just tactically outplayed England, and but I mean England still has a defensible position, and it's not going to be easy. And he has little control on what's happening in the East, and I mean, lots of things can happen. I don't know. It could be that Turkey is going to go to Russia and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, my stab was bad," you know. But why don't we take Venice, Trieste, and all the Italian centers? I don't know. I think there is still a lot of play. We'll see. You know, Nicolas Taillet. We'll see if, how flexible he is. You know, right now he has managed to convince Italy to work with him, but it's not clear if there is still a lot of. I mean, the Turkish centers are going to be hard to take. Well, I think the Italian centers might be easier to take. So I don't know if he's going to switch side, and but maybe he can just convince Turkey, say, yeah, you know, you almost ruined my game. I managed to turn things around. You know, help me win. I don't think you can win anymore, Turkey. I don't know. It's going to be exciting, and yeah, let's see if France. Ed Sullivan can finish the job tactically or not. I mean, that's you know, they are both good players, and it's a fight. So we'll see if they can write good orders, or if under pressure one of them is making mistakes.
Zach, who's your pick?
I like Russia here. I think this could very quickly turn into a dominant position, especially a player of Nicolas Taillet's caliber. It's going to be Army Paris from Ed, and Turkey pulling Albania off the board. Just the two adjustments there. Seems about right. Ed's got to fortify his middle with everything that could be coming at him here. And he's going to push north. Just got to clean up the north as quickly as possible. Yeah. Taps Helgeland, not able to get into Kiel. It's a lot of bouncing there, but the retreat into London and flowing uncontested into NAO is going to give him a lot of room. And what's even better for Ed is what didn't happen, which is anybody from the west moving their units, or I'm sorry, anyone from the east moving their arrows to the west. Nicolas Taillet has apparently come to an understanding with Jason Gray. RT is back on. Budapest sails into Trieste. We see Jason Gray issuing a support that makes me think he was trying to maybe anticipating a self-bounce there and trying to just, you know, mess it up. Good try, did not work. Notable here, I think that Taillet slips Moscow into St. Petersburg. I'm curious if that was agreed. If I'm Russia right now, I want England at full strength to slow down France. Now, if I'm invited into St. Petersburg, I might take it, but I definitely don't want to be doing anything to upset them at this stage in the game.
That could be a sign of, yep, that's what I was about to say, as could be a sign of a throw. So if you if you feel slighted and you don't feel like you can win tactically, that's sometimes where the jury aspect of the top board starts to come in. Is Patrick Jacobson so upset that he's choosing Nicolas Taillet over Ed Sullivan? We saw a little bit of that was in our previous games with Justin Loar choosing to defend against Noam Brown. But this one's a little bit bigger because there are some exchanges of centers potentially. So we'll see how far that goes. We'll see whether it's a full-on throw. Is this become a throw-off kind of situation? Or does this become just something to help give Ed pause? Fall 1909. Zach.
Well, he's doing everything so far short of convoying him into his home centers. Taillet is going to follow into Norway and St. Petersburg. He's going to hold on to Trieste. That'll be +3 for Russia. And Jason Gray, just from the misfortune of not being next to the person who's throwing, is starting to fall behind rapidly. Blocked out of Tunis, blocked out of Ionian. Just good guesswork here, 2 turns in a row from Brandon Austin. in Italy to hold what's left of his position. And Ed trying to make lemonade out of lemons here, but there goes Belgium, there goes Holland. Kind of a disaster. Oh, and also hitting North and accidentally walking out of London in the process. This was about as bad as this turn could have gone for Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, I think he was under tremendous pressure because of the throw in the north, and I think he got upset and lost a bit his mind, and he didn't write the best orders at that turn. So I think his position was much better, but he just saw that even if he's winning the fight against England, Russia is getting a lot. So maybe he decided, okay, I have to take risks just to have a chance. And here we see that the risk didn't pay off, and that Nicolas Taillet is back in a dominant position. But there is still 4 years to be played, and Norway and St. Petersburg can be lost. And we'll see. I mean, it's it's really back and forth. I really thought that France had the game in the pocket, but now it seems that it's Russia. But even Russia he has quite a few centers that can be put under attack. But yeah, all these Russian armies are really now starting to control the center.
With David Hood math, we've got a tie at 8, as he always does -2 for Russia as far as the center count goes, just because it's such a fragile power. But man, with all those armies in the middle of the board, that will be a tough nut to crack. All of our top boards so far have the winning score has been near 10. So the question is going to be, can Nicolas Taillet hang on? Is there anyone else? Does the rest of the board have the will to move against Nicolas Taillet to try and chip them down? There's enough time, but is there enough will is the question. And there is not.
That's your answer. Wow.
That means that Nicolas Taillet will fill the 4th spot and move on to our championship game. Ed Sullivan and company will return for our last chance rounds. So congratulations to Nicolas Taillet. Zach, I'm going to go to you. How did Nicolas win this game?
He just didn't bug anybody. He chose an ally. Everyone that he attacked, he killed, which is pretty much one person. It was Austria. When he got into a conflict in the south, it was Turkey stabbing him too early, and him kind of judoing that into his advantage. And then because he had friends, he hadn't attacked anybody. He just responded to being attacked. He was the one who was the recipient of the throw and in an excellent position to receive it. And beyond the diplomatic side, it's the classic Nicolas Taillet as Russia, just methodical and mechanical in his execution of orders, especially as that power. You just look up and he's got armies all over the Balkans. I mean, it must have been 1903. He was already asserting control. So brilliant in every aspect of the game and well-deserved.
Nicolas, some praises for your namesake.
I know he's very good, and he proved it. I think, as I said, what really impressed me is after he got stabbed, he just didn't panic, and he just tried to get back in a position where his units could coordinate, and he had no weaknesses, and he could start from a position of strength, renegotiating with his neighbors, without being, afraid that somebody would tell him, yes, I do that, and if he doesn't do it, my position goes to, is destroyed. So he just say, okay, I need to regroup, and once I have regrouped, I can start talking to my neighbors again. And that's what he did. He talked to Italy. Italy gave him a couple of dots, and then he just managed to capitalize on the fact that England and France relationship was broken, and that I don't know. I'm a bit surprised by England's reaction, throwing the 2 dots, because I mean it's not like they had been working with Ed for forever, and then Ed decides to stab him. I mean, Patrick is the one who stabbed Ed, so he's the one who put the relationship in jeopardy, and then when Ed tries to do something, he just throws. I don't know. I mean, it's very hard. I think it's the kind of things. Patrick at some point had a position where he believed, okay, I mean, I have a good chance to qualify, and then he saw these chances disappear, and it's very long game. It was not an easy game for him. He had to fight against Ed. He had to. At some point, I guess he just he just lost it. He just decided, okay, this is I have enough, and this is how I want to end the game. I mean, I don't think people realize how much pressure you are in these games, especially. I mean, if you think about the North American face-to-face tournament, it's a lot of coalition building where 2 or 3 players get together. They are very friendly, and they organize how the game is going to finish. And they are not in these situations of conflict where every move counts, and if you make one mistake, everything disappears, and you have to make the moves by yourself because nobody's your friend. All your neighbors are fighting against you. This is very different from we have built a coalition of 3 and we are going to organize an 11, and we are all friendly and there is no pressure. And this is real pressure. I mean, this was a fight between every turn. Patrick didn't know if Ed was going to work with him or not. Every time he had to think about a lot of stuff. And after a while, it's just you just the pressure can just get to you, but I think it's tremendous experience. He's going to know himself much better this game. Hopefully, he doesn't take it too poorly, and he says, never again. I never want to play this type of game again. But I think if he just capitalizes on this experience and he realizes, maybe I stepped too early, and then I'm not used to this bar fights where I have to decide on my own, and every move is like there are 4 or 5 guessing games on every single turn, and I don't know what's happening. If he managed to learn from that, then because I think Patrick is really good. He has a good attitude. He's very competitive, and but I think maybe he hasn't been in this position before where he has to just play a very, very difficult games against very, very strong opponents, and then. But I'm very impressed by Taillet. He got stabbed. He got stabbed hard by Turkey, and he kept his cool. He managed to keep talking with people, and at the end, Italy was happy for him to qualify. Turkey was happy for him to qualify. England was happy for him to qualify. So. This is what these winner-take-all games are about. Is if you manage to get in a position when most of your neighbors are happy and they believe you are the one deserving to go. I mean, be sad for Ed because I think he did what he had to do in this game. He tried to maintain the balance for as long as possible, and he got stabbed by Patrick. Then he kept working with Patrick for a while to keep pressure, and then at some point, he has to take his chance. He cannot just say, "Oh, I'm not going to attack England," because where is his win coming from? So, but maybe he misread England, or he attacked too early or too strongly. He could have done it a bit differently. But yes, that's a problem. Is, as I said, when you have people that are used to coalition building, maybe you don't have exactly the experience of these situations. You don't exactly know how people are going to react when you're going for the kill, and that's why it's so interesting, DBNI, because you put the best players in the world in situations where they are not really comfortable, and then you see them do things that maybe they don't want to do it, but they realize, okay, to win I have to do it, even if it's against what I know and what I'm used to. Yeah. So that was fascinating. And once again, I'm really happy that the winner of the 7 Years' War, where all the games finish like this with people fighting, he's the one who kept his cool, and he's the one who qualified, because I think he was a bit less emotional about the start. He said, it can happen. Let me think if I can just regroup. And he managed to regroup and then get the win. So super. I mean, these 4 games were, it was such a privilege to watch them. I mean, they're different styles, but the 4 wins were very, very impressive.
Yeah, 4 very different games, 4 very entertaining games. Every year I walk away just with the feeling of honor and respect and privilege that I get to cover these games. DBNI is my favorite part of the diplomacy season, just because you see such quality put on display, and you see people that have played an entire season, like thousands and thousands of hours of time put in, that all comes down to these moments, and that creates some amazing tension. And that's what I took away from this game. And I think Ed said it pretty well. Patrick and I had such an advantage. We worried more about each other than advancing our position, even though both of us had growth. And that speaks to that concept of tension building that I spoke in the last game, where you just see it grow and grow and grow. And at some point, it's just like, how much is too much? How much can I allow my ally to grow? Am I going to be able to keep up? And that was perhaps the difference in what allowed that opposite board power to end up taking the lead. Sullivan and Taillet have played together 6 times. Sullivan has dominated those matches. He has a 5.5 center lead on average over Taillet in those matchups, but not today. It wasn't a huge margin, but it was enough. And Nicolas Taillet shows there is no rust from this returning champion, who will be playing in the Super 7 in our championship game next weekend. But before that, we have our last chance rounds. Those are actually being played right now as we speak. And just as a reminder, we've got... I had it? Nope. I don't have it. But the next game is tomorrow at 7 p.m. And so 7 p.m. Eastern time, I believe. So we'll look forward to seeing all of you there. This was a really, really, really fun broadcast. I am sure tomorrow's games will be even more so. The big storyline for me is going to be those players like Ed and Patrick who had a long game. Are they going to be able to get off the mat, show up, and know I've got one more chance, one more shot at this? Can they make it into that championship game? It's a long, grueling weekend. It is a crucible of talent, and how will players respond? So we'll find that out tomorrow. I will be watching it along with all of you, and believe we've got a great team broadcasting tomorrow, and then the championship game will be the following weekend, the following Saturday. Depending on who qualifies, we'll know the exact time. Typically it's been in the afternoon Eastern time, but it will all depend on which players end up qualifying and they start time that gets agreed on. Nicolas, thank you so much for joining. It was a privilege to be able to present with you.
Thank you for having me. It was, it was great commentating these games. I mean, it was a fantastic show. I mean, really, I was impressed by the quality of the 4 games, and I think the 4 players who qualified really deserve their spot, and I'll be looking forward to seeing them play in the final, because it's going to be exciting.
Zach.
Always a pleasure. I cannot wait to see the 4 games tomorrow. And just never forget.
3 games.
3 games? Stole the game from
Count
me.
to 7. Count to 7.
It's too late for that. Just never forget. Just when you go to bed tonight, and when you wake up, and when you go to bed next week, just don't forget how miraculous it was what Wes Ketchum did today. I know it was 4 hours ago, but coming back from 2 to the Super 7, that was magical. And remember where you were, because you're going to tell your grandkids about this day.
All right. Well, Zach, it was a pleasure seeing you. Always love doing broadcasts with you. It was a lot of fun. Why don't you sign us out?
I suppose this is where I tell you to stay safe and stab well. See you next time.
Good night, everybody.